And now it just doesn't work at all. So, cool. Glad I did all that. So don't worry about that one. So the other thing that I did is if you guys roll any of your trait rolls, so roll any of your skills, you'll see now that it tells you what your trait roll was and what your wild die was. So that way, if you were curious about how close you came to inevitably fucking everything up, you can know. Like that right there, that's really fucking close. Because if you roll a 1-1, that's a crit fail.
Oh, I know. Trust me, we've figured that one out.
Yeah. After what was it, 2 weeks ago? Or was that last week? Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago.
I mean, I usually just watch my own dice anyways, so I would know.
Well, this way, like, it's spelled out at least. So I did that. And then the last one is height. So, like, if I add a dragon, for instance, for some reason there was a dragon that you guys had to go against, I can now set, like, its actual height on the grid. So it'll calculate properly if you're trying to do distance.
And we're in the water, and X is going lower and lower. He just keeps going lower.
We've lost him.
I don't know. Can I do negative? Let me see. Go here, and let's take X because he's actually on there.
Ooh.
You can make it go lower. So, like, if you look on here,
oh yeah.
So you could see that right now X is 30 squares below surface. So that would be what, like 90 feet?
60, 90? Oh yeah.
Yeah, because each one's a meter.
Mm-hmm.
So to be funny, you could always just do that. They're 2 meters under every time somebody dies.
Aw, I like it.
Somebody dies. Wow. 2 meters
under. Whatever Tau teleports someone this max height into the air, just to drop them.
That'd be great.
Right, John, I just need you to whisper how high up they're gonna be, and then that way, when I put their token on there, when we freeze it at before we actually do turns or anything like that, they're gonna be just like, oh, why are they showing their 10 squares above the ground? Or actually, what's your distance? Your distance is 3 times your smart. So why are they 36 squares above the ground? I don't know what happened.
Oopsies.
Whoopsies. Freddie LaChance. Thank you for the follow.
Oh gosh, he's burning shit.
What music are we gonna do? We're gonna do the moody music? Are we gonna do the 2017 music? Or are we gonna do the pianist music?
I don't really think piano works anymore. There's
Sure
nothing calm about this anymore.
The waves are very calm.
This is piano has to be calm.
For now.
I mean, you want me to just just do this constantly?
Like, I don't see his body anymore. It's just gone, but I can still hear him.
What's the 2017 music sound like? Yeah, we could do this. This works.
Taking us back to our roots. I don't remember. Is it just this beat on loop?
No, it's got like 3 or 4 different changes to it.
Okay. I was gonna say if it was just this beat on loop, I feel like I would get like it's tired of it real quick.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
I think it's funny that it's called like 2017 music.
Well, it's like a what do they call that shit? Like retro futuristic? Like it's something that was made prior to 2017 as a future sound for 2017. I think that's retro futuristic, right?
Mm-hmm.
John, get off fucking Phantasy Star.
Nope.
There was another update. What was in that update? They bring the
Right.
bouncer yet?
Next month.
John's over here botting on multiple accounts. It's like the third time I've seen him log on this shit. He's running a whole party by himself.
I did not have caffeine. Let's see how we do tonight.
Hey, me neither.
I was at 3 a.m.
Hey, me too.
We're gonna do breaks in.
Here, let's make you guys feel more at home. That better?
Some quiet gunshots? Sure.
Off in the distance. They just follow us.
I feel like that could be like canon. Gunshots off in the distance right now. I think that's not
Yeah.
far-fetched.
Yeah.
Like we go talking to random people. Like, what was that? Like, don't worry, that just follows us.
It happens, you know. No
We
biggie.
haven't seen them yet. They just somewhere.
One of these days.
Just somewhere.
Megan, I'm sorry.
I wanted all 7.
You got 8?
Oh, right.
Let's keep the adventure cards the way they are, though.
No, I'm not. I'm not keeping you with your entire deck of adventure
12.
cards. I don't think
The
that
deck
anybody
of many
needs that.
adventures.
No shit.
It's cool
So
having
if he
one.
had every card in the deck, did this mean that you could
Every card in
make
the
somebody
what?
fall in love with you again?
I actually don't have that one. I think I hit my limit on uses.
I deleted it from the deck.
Did you
Every time that one popped up, I was just like, all right, I'm playing this one.
Who's next?
You random civilian.
I choose you.
You're gonna pull some bullshit like fucking Izzy's gonna show up for some reason, and you're gonna have that card and be like, "Fuck Felix."
I'm
Take his
totally
ex.
planning on it. If I had it when Ava popped up, I would have used it. I mean, I used it on
everybody's NPC, huh?
I used it on Lynn Chapel for fuck's sake. there's no limit.
It doesn't have to be a romantic love. It says
Mhm.
it could be
This is
like
funny.
a
You're
paternal
right. It
love.
could be deep sexual.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it could be just straight up fucking. Like I just
Completely.
love to fuck you. That's all.
Hate you as a person.
Right.
hate you as a person, but damn, every time I look at you,
That ass.
I would fit in line with X though. Yeah, I completely fucking hate this guy. But man, is he good to look at.
There you go.
I definitely have a few people in my life like that.
Dang, you better not talk too loud. Jeff's gonna hear you.
Just one of them.
Jessica opened the door like.
You can laugh, but you're not, because like you're not dead. You just do not act.
Why does Smirnoff Ice have a hyphen before the ice? Is it supposed to be like Smirnoff dash ice? Is it a hyphenated word, or is it saying like it's minus ice? Or is it saying?
I think it's a hyphenated word.
Well, that's a stupid way to put it on a bottle.
I think we should be listening to Brindletown.
Brindletown? I can hook you up with some Brindletown for the right price.
Everyone has to use all of their bennies.
Your real bennies, not the 8 that you had before.
Was wait with a mixture of the worlds for us to find some kind of tavern, and they would actually be playing Brindletown in it.
Could still happen. I feel like I need to play some like techno or something with it and do like some mix.
Brindletown remix.
Yeah, exactly. Like future Brindletown. I'm gonna go on Fiverr and hire someone to recreate this with an electric guitar.
Got it right, Sid? You can pull it off.
I had a guitar, and I had the sheet music.
Sheet music, you gotta do this shit off of just hearing it.
About to say you can't play by ear.
No, I'm not good. I can barely play guitar.
It takes me a while to figure out each individual note, but I can learn things by ear. It just takes me a very long time. Lots of like just doing the vocal notes and then just like waiting for it to match up on my instrument. Be like, ah, yes, there it is. That's the note.
Have you looked into tab music yet?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Tab music is so much better for bass guitars, I feel like.
I'm gonna make a note of this.
Oh my god, I'm looking at the party sheet and I'm like, what the fuck is this weird thing next to X? Oh, it's just the 12 adventure cards. On the party sheet, it looks like a coin from Mario almost. And like, Felix has a coin from Mario. Sophie does not. Tal has a coin from Mario. X has 12 coins from Mario. So weird having everybody here like this early. Like, I feel like we should already be started, but it's not even 8 yet.
I mean, nearly. But not quite. Not quite.
Oh shit, you know what I forgot to do though? I forgot to load up the chat view.
Oh, now that we have time, I need to make something in my attacks.
Oh yeah. So there's another thing that I downloaded that actually allows me to do things for any sort of attacks or moves that you do. So if there's something that needs to like not take effect until the end of your turn, or if it's something that's supposed to happen at the start of your turn, you can actually put prefixes in to do all that so it automates it. I just didn't figure it all out yet, so we probably won't use it too much this time, but yeah. Heathcliff. All right, now the question is, will the second instance of Fantasy Ground load in 30 seconds?
No.
22, 21, 20. Just now acquiring the file list. That's not a great sign. 12, 11, 10. Still acquiring the file list. All I did was add like 4 things, bro. It's not even that deep. 2, 1. All right, we're gonna switch over regardless. So y'all get the map instead of the actual rolls. That works. It's fine. I'm cool with that. Hey everybody.
I think Heathcliff's reaction is my favorite, considering he couldn't see me at the time when he sent the message.
To be fair, on stream, you can barely see him now. Either that or I'm just trying to get you to show your chest off to everybody. Definitely one of the two. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday Eve. Welcome to episode 30 of Las Vegas, which is crazy to me. So as I was going over before, I got a few new extensions. One of them specifically to make things a little bit more clear on chat side. If there are any trait rolls done, you can see what the wild die is and what the trait roll is. Someone roll a skill, quick, do it. So see, you can see that. Trait roll 1, wild die 5, so they use a 5. Trait roll 22!
Jesus Christ! Why can't I roll like that when I'm actually trying to punch something?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you, but that's a good question. So yeah, so that'll be a little bit extra for you guys that are watching to see this. And then the rest of the stuff is just kind of like ad hoc shit that I've done that really isn't going to matter too much, but it'll be helpful, hopefully, at some point. But yeah. So on that note, who is doing recap? Megan, do you want to get close to that 8 bennies again?
You see, the thing is that I didn't rewatch this week, so that's not going to happen.
Who needs to rewatch? You were there last week. Isn't that what you guys always tell me?
Perfect. Go ahead, Allie.
No.
You just signed up for it. You just did that.
No. Ow. I guess I'm laughing. It hurts.
Oh, you're in the wrong place then.
I know. This is why I
Yeah,
said
have you seen our faces?
It's bad enough seeing my own.
Oh. It's okay. You could always just look at Elric's. Might get worse.
That's mean.
You know it's a joke.
All right, John, recap. I got Brindletown queued up. Let's go.
So the crew was on hovercrafts, going into like the Vegas city area, away from Area 51. And all of a sudden, a dragon popped out of the water and capsized X's hovercraft with everyone on it. So everyone just kind of sprung into action. Al started casting some shit and told Felix to get everyone to safety. And then he flew up, started like making like duplicates of, well, he made one duplicate that looked like Dark Felix and put it on the other side of the dragon, just kind of flew up in his face, trying to draw its attention away from everybody. See here. So yeah, they started fighting while everyone else was like kind of scrambling to get back on their hovercrafts and everything like that. Let's see here. Dark Felix started punching the dragon, just punching away, and then the dragon was like, "Enough of this nonsense," and shot that fucker out of there. So Tal is just fighting this thing, and he was doing okay for a little bit, and then it started going south really fast. Basically telling everyone else, like, "Hey, I can just buy you some time. Get the fuck out of here," essentially. So John Doe was kind of using his powers to try and right the boat, but he didn't do so well. But X was able to with his new powers, where he's able to manipulate the water and kind of right the hovercraft. Uh, let's see. Um, so let's see. I think Echo was driving the other boat. They managed to get everybody on, and they were like all trying to take off. The dragon was getting irritated, and Tal was trying to negotiate with it, saying, "Hey, um, essentially take me, leave them alone." And the dragon's like, "Bargain accepted," or something along those lines. So he basically was able to stall the dragon long enough for them to get into their hovercraft boats with all the survivors and take off and get decent enough distance. Then, just to make sure that Tal maintained his attention, he like fucking like booped the dragon's nose and then teleported away and then began flying, uh, trying to get the dragon to chase chase him in like in a direction away from where everyone else was going, which was like more northbound. While he had the distance, because he figured he wasn't going to outfly a fucking dragon, he got around a building. The dragon was like, I can smell your essence. So Tal used like that information, like, oh, cool, thanks. And he used the last of his power to make a duplicate of himself again. This time it looked like him, with the instructions to just fly south. And then he just kind of let himself fall into the water. And then this duplicate starts flying as fast as it can. The dragon, just sensing essence and seeing something that looked like Tal, started pursuing. Tal stayed in the water, swimming as far as he can, trying to stay out of sight. And then as soon as it looked like there was enough distance, came out of the water, started flying again. The dragon eventually catches the double, one shots him, and then starts looking around because he obviously understands now this wasn't the real Tal. Caught a lucky break because something happened and there was a boom and the dragon roared and Tal was just like, I just need to get the fuck out of here. But his powers were running out and he didn't have any energy left to keep him going. So he started falling into the water. Meanwhile, everyone else arrived at the place where all of the Aberranth were holding up, which was also in the water, but it seems that they made it to the roof. John Doe was like, yeah, most of them are here, but he wasn't sensing everyone. So they got up to the roof with the remains of everyone else. They found that the elder that was putting Tal like in charge of stuff and gave him his necklace and everything apparently died in this time. We didn't get a chance to really find out what happened there yet, I don't think. So then John Doe's like, I'm going back for Tal. Everyone else is like, okay, we're going too. They crammed back into a hovercraft. Took off in that direction. John Doe occasionally using his abilities to try and sense where Tal might be. And eventually they got to the area and found Tal, like he found like a floating piece of something that he was hanging on to and kicking, trying to swim, but looking very exhausted. And they managed to get to him in time to pull him onto the boat. And due to his exhaustion, he just passed out. And then the dragon showed back up and said, like, I told you I could smell you or something along those lines. And started closing in. X used once again, a new ability that he hadn't shown yet. And he drained some of the dragon's essence, by which the dragon snapped back and was very offended, called him filth and dirt for being an essence thief. And that distraction was enough where he wasn't paying attention. The globe of water that's been hovering in the sky caught one of his wings, started pulling the dragon in, and despite all of its efforts, it couldn't get out. And once it was fully inside the bubble, still struggling, it just kind of vaporized into red mist. And I think that's where we left off.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think anything was missed really either.
I don't know how.
All right, Brindletown. Brindletown's got to go. Hold on. Brindletown is way too not what we need right now.
Third bottle. Already.
We'll go to mute. We'll go with moody music. All right, so, yeah. So thank you for the recap. Quickly before we get into everything, we'll do the rundown of the layout of the stream here. Top left of all the player frames, you'll see a little poker chip. Those are bennies. Those are used so players can soak damage, re-roll any of their rolls, interject things into the scene. Above their head, there are 3 circles. Those are wounds. If any of them are red, that means a player has a wound. If they are not red, they don't. Nobody has any wounds right now, somehow. There's a card to the top right of their frame.
Wound.
Do you have a wound?
I do.
Why don't you have it on there?
You can give it another
Because
one.
fuck you, that's why.
Well, there we go. So we can actually see what this looks like in real time. So when there are wounds, it'll be like, boop, that red dot right there. Robin, what's going on?
Oh yeah.
So if they have a wound, it'll be red. Once that fills up to 3, they're in deep shit. If it hits 4, they're heading towards the big house in the sky. Yeah, that's an option too. On my panel, oh wait, no, sorry. Top right of the player frames are cards. Those are adventure cards. That's how many they can play during the session. So if you do any of the interactions that give them additional cards, make sure it also gives them additional uses. If that's a 0 and it doesn't give them additional usages, then they can't play it. So don't do that. On my frame, I have bennies as well. 1 for each player. All of us can gain or lose bennies as we use them. I also have this little thing here, which is an up arrow with a number next to it. That's how many raises the players have, which just changed from 1 to 2 players. You have 2 raises. That allows them to turn any success into a success with a raise. And then finally above my head is a little goal bar that shows our Stream Loots goals. Stream Loots are interactive cards that allow you to do different things that interact with the stream, kind of like the thing that you just seen there. So if you want to use Stream Loots cards, you can either buy them to help support the stream, or if you don't want to do that, just by being in chat, you earn points, and you can use your points to redeem Stream Loots packs. And yeah, there's a ton of different interactions you can do with that. I think that covers everything. It does. Cool. Let's jump into it. So, you guys are driving, being chased by this dragon. Sophie is turning as fast as she can, maintaining this hovercraft, getting away from this thing. X siphons some of its essence out and it bucks up into the air. As Sophie bends a turn and starts going away, the dragon flies up higher to get a better view, and you guys can see it fly over some buildings like it's heading to cut you off. And as it does, it gets a little bit too close to this globature in the sky, and its wing gets caught. You start seeing it slowly get sucked into it. After it's fully submerged in this thing, you see it trying to fight against the tide. You see it try to blow out fire, and all that comes out are bubbles and smoke. And then you see the look of anger change to a look of desperation, and then all of a sudden, poof, just red all in the water. As you're all driving away from this and seeing this happening, you're watching the red mist inside of this globature move in this swaying pattern as it starts moving along. Everybody but Sophie, go ahead and give me a notice roll. Sophie, I don't think that you're really going to be in any position to do this while driving.
Tal still sleep, so.
I still have conviction on me.
Technically, you do. Till the end of the scene, so the scene's still.
Okay.
Okay. So, X, as you're on the back of the hovercraft and you're kind of watching this all go down, you see the blood is, or the red mist. Sorry, we don't know what it is, right? Is moving in, in like this pattern, like it's following a current. And as you watch it kind of move overhead and continue moving, you see it all move towards one of the giant waterfalls and dump back out into the ocean that you guys are driving into.
Like we're heading in that direction?
Not necessarily, no. But
Okay.
so for a refresher with this, that giant globature that's overhead, it basically is like taking up the entire sky where you guys are at right now. And on one side there's a waterfall, and on the other side there's a waterfall. And from what you guys were able to identify before, one of the waterfalls looks like it's going down, and one of them looks like it's coming up into it. This red mist kind of swirled around, and you followed it as you guys are driving to the waterfall that is dumping down, which is basically creating this ocean that you guys are driving into. It's not dumping down on top of you or anything like that, but like you were able to follow its trail that way.
Okay. That's gross. Can I take a little nap now? And X starts laying down.
You just cuddling up next to Tal.
It's laid somewhere.
Yeah, and Sophie, you continue making your way back towards where all the Aberrant are at. Just for shits and giggles, go ahead and give me a final drive roll. Never doubted you for a second with that trait roll of a 1. So you make your way back, and it's already nightfall at this point, and you guys get back. You help Tal get his way up the ladder, and you make your way back to where everybody is.
X is going to go off into a corner somewhere and get an early sleep tonight.
Thank you, John.
Grabs one of the blankets and just goes without saying a word.
All right. And as you guys get back, Echo runs up and like grabs Tal and just gives him a big hug.
Careful. Still a little banged up.
Sorry.
I'm very happy to see you too, though. I need to lay down somewhere, though.
Some good news is we don't have to worry about the dragon. He's gone now.
Wow, you took out the dragon, Mr. Felix?
No, mystery water blob in the sky took out the dragon.
Oh.
And Echo's like, we can talk about this more tomorrow. Everybody probably needs to rest. There's not really a lot of room here, so anywhere you can find to kind of set up for the night is fine. They do have a few areas set up over here which has a little bit of shelter to it, but they've mostly been using that for the sick and the injured.
Oh, is everyone okay here? Did everyone make it?
Everyone's fine here. Go ahead and get some sleep, and we'll talk tomorrow.
taking very labored steps over just to an area, and it's just kind of like collapsing almost.
Yeah, and as you do, like Ava's just now getting there, and she like has some like blankets and whatnot that she is able to give to you.
Get him out of those wet clothes. Poor man.
All right. Anybody doing anything additional for the night? Allie, you look so concerned right now.
Everything is fine. Just these children. They're getting ready for bed and they have 900 questions and they keep popping up in night. And also, just no, I have nothing to do for
Okay.
the rest of the night. I don't know, guys.
Fuck you.
You don't have to use it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna use it.
So Felix is gonna like try to, do a round of keeping watch and just trying to make sure nothing else is gonna come after people.
Okay.
He'll probably be trying to coordinate with some aberrant that are there of like some form of a watch schedule.
Yeah, you'll see that some of them already, they already have kind of like a, I don't know if you could call it a routine at this place. It's only been a couple days, but they have some kind of vague form of a schedule in place already that they have people that are watching out. So yeah, so if you walk over to where they're kind of set up with this, they're like, yeah, we've been hearing weird noises at nights, and some of the people that have run out to do some scavenger runs have heard stories about night raids and things like that going on. So we've been just keeping an eye out. We haven't seen anything around here, luckily, and most of everything that we have is on the roof, so whoever's coming is gonna have to come through that ladder. And then one of the other people that's there is like, that'll be the last thing they do if they do it.
Either way, it can't hurt to be safe and make sure we're keeping watch, so I'm happy to help you folks out with that.
Yeah, and they welcome you into Felix, go ahead and on the tables, roll the one thing, the thingy thing, the reactions table, please.
I got.
Oh.
Wow. Never mind. I guess you don't need that.
So one of them offers you a drink, and he kind of prefaces it with, "This is something that we used to make back at home. It's a little strong." And then he kind of like, like, do you want it?
Felix smiles and goes, as long as my watch isn't directly next.
Takes it and drank.
Go ahead and give me a vigor roll, but don't crit fail. That's the only thing you have to do is not crit fail.
You got it, dude.
Felix died.
That's fine. Go ahead and roll me a d6. Go ahead and boost up your power points, not your max, but like your active power points by 2. Even if you're at max, bump it up 2 over.
You got it, dude.
So as you drink it, it's really sweet. It tastes almost like a fruit drink, like a fruit cocktail or like a Hawaiian punch. But in the back of your mouth, it does like this tingly, like staticky feeling. And the more you drink of it, you feel that staticky feeling going down your throat into your stomach. Yeah, the only way you could describe it is like TV static is what it feels like.
He's definitely fascinated and asking them where they were able to get the materials for making something from home.
So, well, the material, you can make it with a variety of different things. So we just used what you all had here. But it's the technique of which you make it that makes it special.
That makes sense.
Give me a persuasion roll. And go ahead and do it with a +2, since how you're good friends with these people.
His new best friend.
Yeah. So as you're taking a sip of it, one of them leans forward and he's like, "It's made with some of my blood."
He just like lowers it for a second, takes a deep breath, and he's like,
Why are you making blood cocktails?
Don't be dramatic.
he sniffs it.
It's just a minor ingredient to give it that little extra of essence that your world is lacking. And the other one kind of jokes. It's like, look at him, he's getting pale.
Felix narrows his eye and finishes the drink.
If blood scared me, then I probably wouldn't have been able to get Tal here safely as many times as I have.
Don't worry about it, man. We're just messing with you. Keeping the spirits high. No use to be all down in the dumps just because... It's understandable if you'd be down in the dumps, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Suppose so.
All right. And Sophie, are you just going to sleep? Okay. All right. So everybody else going to sleep. Felix, you keep watch. As you're kind of in the middle of the conversation and you guys are kind of joking and keeping your morale high, you all hear this like growl that comes from off in the distance, and then you hear someone shouting, and then silence.
Approximately how far off was this shouting?
Give me a notice roll. Bless you. It's hard to determine. It's so quiet out here right now that, it could have been 100 feet away. It could have been a couple 100 feet away. And the way that it's echoing from you being up on top of the building, it's hard to even determine like a general direction of it. And one of the aberrant you were joking with, he kind of like stops when it happens. He's like, "That's the sound that we heard when we were on the scavenger run. We haven't heard it this close, though."
I'm assuming we should kind of like prepare ourselves just in case it gets closer.
He gets up and he like goes to the edge by where the ladder is and he's looking around. Well, all I know is if it comes up here, and he kind of like holds out his hand and you see this red glow.
Understandable.
What kind of red glow? What doth I mean?
It is a glow, and the color of it is red.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were referring to like him being a pyro or something.
It was not orange. It was red. Like, it was a very decisively red color.
Mm.
But whether he's a pyro or
Got
not,
it.
I guess he could be. You would have to, you know, that would be up to you to find out one way or another.
Sure.
But yeah, so the rest of the night, everything else is pretty mellow. There's no other noises you hear, no intrusions, and before you even realize it, from just carrying on with these two and just joking about, you start seeing the sun peeking over the horizon, and for like the first half hour or so of the sun just cresting over the horizon, there's this like cool kaleidoscope effect that is shimmering all on the top of the building from the light hitting that globature of water above you and just refracting downwards. But once it gets a little bit higher in the sky, then that goes away. And before you know it, another aberrant comes up, and he kind of looks at the one that you were talking to, and they both stand up, and they're like, "Shift's over."
Thank God I'm ready.
He tries to find a place that's large enough for him to lay down comfortably and not be in anyone's way.
Alright.
Put himself to sleep.
So, I assume that Tal, Sophie, X, you all would wake up way before Felix would at this point. And around the time you get up, Tal, Ava's coming over, and she kind of like kneels down next to you. She's like, you feeling all right?
I don't really know. I feel like I made everything worse.
Well, I mean, from the way that everyone was telling it, everyone else seems to think that you're the one that made sure we got away soon enough, so.
Yeah, but we hadn't messed with things, like, all wouldn't be so messed up now.
Oh, that. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I don't blame you for this. I blame the humans for this.
Did we lose anybody here?
As you say that, she kind of sighs and she like plops down on her ass. Yeah. We lost a few. No one from our immediate people, but yeah, when the water hit, some of them were telling me that it just happened. They couldn't explain it. There was no gradual build-up. There was a loud bang, and all of a sudden the water was rushing into the building. And we tried getting all the younger ones out first, all the older ones out first, but not everybody made it out of the building. And I didn't want to tell you last night because you were already in pretty bad shape, but one of the elder, we don't know what happened with him. They said as soon as the explosion happened in the distance that he just fell. And he's kind of been in a state since then. He's not dead, but, well, she kind of looks around. Maybe it's just better I show you.
We talking one, like, the other elders or chief elder?
She kind of just gives you like a smirk, like you already know the answer.
Okay.
She stands up and she reaches her hand out for you.
He grabs her hand and stands up and follows behind her.
And she walks you to the back of the building where they have like this this makeshift tent set up, and there's a few people that are sitting on the inside of it that are, as you're approaching, you realize that they're like standing guard. And she nods at them, and they open up the flap to the tent, and you guys go in there, and go ahead and give me a roll on the fear table.
What is that?
Under tables?
Oh, I see it. Why is this a thing?
So as you walk in, you see laying on this like cot, the chief, the one who gave you your medal, the one that you've known this whole time. He's laying there, and his skin is a light gray, almost white at this point. And he is laying flat with his arms to his side, and his eyes are wide open, darting about like he's looking at things, and his mouth is moving like he's saying something, but nothing's coming out. And she said, he's been like this since the explosion. We've had a few of our seers attempt to mind link, and it didn't go so well.
How bad?
We don't know.
Has there been a committee established to determine who is going to take up the role as chief elder until we figured this out?
Yes, we did all of the procedures that we're supposed to do, but there's a bit of a conflict between the purists. They state that because he's still alive, that we have no right of doing this, even though clearly he's in no state to lead us. So
We need guidance now more than ever, though.
I know. And people have been forming their own sects, and we've established scouts that are going out and looking for resources and trying to find other people. But as of right now, it's sort of a waiting game on what's going on here. The one seer that was able to actually gather any information said that she's seen a creature that was wading through the waters, and the waters only came up to his shin. But the visions were chaotic. That they flashed and it wasn't cohesive. It jumped around from one thing to another. A sky of blood red. This creature. We don't know what to make of it, but clearly something is going on. Right now, I think the best course of action is we need to make sure that we have resources enough to continue on. This food supply here is limited. We still have things inside the building, but getting to them is problematic. The water is very deep. And from what we can tell, there's at least 10 floors that are sticking out of the water. So we may be able to expand downward, but there's no way for us to access the inside of the building here unless we blast a hole, and that could potentially ruin the integrity of what we have going on. So we're trying to figure out what's going to be the best course of that, or some of the others have talked about leaving here. But with all the things going on right now, we can't move this many people easily. It would take many trips on the crafts that brought us here, and given the dragon that we already encountered, I don't know if it would be worth the risk until we know more about the surrounding areas.
Trying to see if I can help my friends find the people that they care about, and at the same time try to find a solution for where we can go and how we can get them there.
Well, Dalrian thinks that learning the surroundings is going to be our greatest asset right now. So as you are trying to figure out things for your friend, you may be able to find out landmarks around here, how much has remained the same, how much has changed. We have some options of the Techians working towards trying to get communications back up. But anything that we do, we are going to have to divide resources up, and with them being so limited right now, we need to focus on a goal. And some of the Puritans, they have suggested, and she kind of reaches over and she pulls the necklace out of your shirt. You are going to be looked at for guidance in this matter.
No, I can't. This is. I'm going to So I'm gonna go check the surroundings and everything, but I need you here to keep everyone organized and focused, because even if our leadership is not determined yet, the people listen to you and they trust you, and as long as you're here, they like.
She puts her hand on your shoulder.
Okay.
I'm here for you, and we will work together to get this going. If you want a little extra support, go talk to Alian. He has been working to get people together and organize so we can actually do effective resource runs. He may have a little bit more information about what's going on. He's a little bit closer to it than I am, since how I just got back here. But go talk to Alian, and we'll do what we can for now. But these people need you to be strong. It's okay to be afraid. It's okay to be unsure. But they need you to be strong.
I'm trying. Okay. I will, we'll get started. It'll be fine. And he turns around and walks out of the tent, and instead of trying to look for Elion, he just kind of goes over to the edge of the building somewhere where no one is, and just is kind of standing there looking out over the horizon.
Give me a notice roll. Yeah, so, which side of the building would you say that you're on? North side, well, you know, the sun rises in the east, so the sun is rising from one side, so it's pretty easy to tell, northeast, southwest. North would be taking you back from where you guys came from. To the west, southwest would be like back towards like the Vegas Strip. Yeah.
He's looking in the direction where they came from. And it's just kind of just off.
Yeah, so like as you look, most of the sky is eclipsed by that giant globature. But on the distant side of it there, you can see like the shimmer of essence kind of just wishing through the sky, which kind of brings you back to what sunrises back at home look like. And there's a calm rock to the waves, and as you look a little bit further off to your right, you can see could be a couple hundred feet, it could be a couple miles away, but you can see where that waterfall is pouring down from the globature above, and you can see even further off in the distance, there's a few boats that are moving, and there's people on them that look like they're trying to do the same thing as far as just figure out what the hell's going on.
He is just gonna stand there in silence for a while.
All right. Sophie X, what are you guys doing when you wake up?
I'm just gonna lay down until the group decides that we need to do something.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I mean, as you wake up, you see like people are moving resources from like one area to another one to try to keep things organized. You see that there's some traffic of people like going like down the ladder. Give me a notice roll. So you hear someone say that they're gonna try to figure out if they can find a way back in the building to get some of their old stuff. And you see him go down the ladder. And then you can overhear a group of them talking about some plans, like areas that they think would be a good place to go to try to find more resources. You overhear one of them mention an area that's on the other side of Vegas where they heard other aberrant were held up. So just kind of overall, like you're kind of inundated with all this information of people that are trying to make plans of what to do. But you can tell from this that like nobody really has any solid idea of what to do.
I guess, could I use common knowledge to figure out if I know anything about the areas they're talking about and see if I can, help them find which of those are actually going to be beneficial based on previous?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. That. What do I know, Cliff?
You know that like based on the yesterworld of Vegas, the type of resources and food that they're looking for, like you can think of a few different things, like maybe some of the smaller like mom and pop stores, like around like the neighborhood that maybe you grew up in, that would probably still have resources like canned food, which isn't susceptible to the flooding and whatnot, that they may be able to get resources from. And one of the areas that they were talking about where they think the aberrant were at, that would be like on the southern kind of border of Vegas, and that's an area that you haven't been to since this all started, but you do know that area of like the strip and everything, there are much taller buildings than the one that you guys are on, so there is a great chance that there could be more survivors in that area.
Okay. Then Sophie will go over to the aberrant, or the group that was talking about finding more people or looking for people, and just kind of share that info, like, hey, I know that even if we're looking for a better place for us to stay, maybe there's not people there, we can go to this area and there's these taller buildings and that kind of stuff.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a battle roll, so you can fight these motherfuckers. No, I'm joking. Yeah. So throughout, like like I said, the core use of battle actually is for like strategy and planning. So you kind of jump in there and start lending them a hand with planning things out. Tal, as you're sitting there, it's been a few minutes, you're kind of like standing on the edge, kind of just contemplating everything, and you feel a hand on your shoulder, and and it's Darian, John Doe. He walks up and he's like, so did Ava catch you up with everything that's going on?
Yeah, she did.
She told me what they expect of you, and while I don't think it's fair, judging by what I've seen from these people so far, I don't think it's wholly a bad idea. They need guidance, and with your elder in his state, I couldn't think of a better person than you.
Well, I will do my best as usual. And I'm going to go talk to my friends, and we'll I'm sure they'll help look for people and find out what's going on around here.
Well, why don't you gather them around, and we'll go talk to Alian and some of the others, and we can make some actual plans of what we're going to do right now and start making this a little bit more viable of a location.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And he kind of just like pats your shoulder, and then he walks off to a group of Aberrant. You see that they're discussing things off on the other side of the building a little bit.
So yeah, he starts walking over. Who will be the first person he sees?
Honestly, the first person you see would probably be Sophie, who's over there like already talking to your people, and like they got a map out and she's like pointing to like different areas. And
Sophie, can I talk to you for a moment?
Maybe.
apparently not. A lot of people want to talk to Sophie right now.
Right.
Of course not. How can I help? No, they weren't talking to me. They were just running past and they talking about their snacks.
It still made me smile.
Yeah, he's gonna walk over away from everyone else. So our chief elder is not well. Apparently something happened when all of this happened. And they want me to try and help fix everything. And to be honest, I don't know what to do.
Well, first we gotta figure out what all needs to be done, and then there's a lot of people here, and we can, between all of us, we can definitely make it happen. How many things has our group of 5 done that seemed impossible?
Yeah, but didn't. We've gotten through a lot, but we've kind of cost a lot of people their lives in both our respective worlds.
Yeah, I don't know how to make you feel better about that, because that was big. I still don't know how far-reaching this is and what all happened, but you know, we'll figure it out. I've been talking with them about, you know, either some places that we can maybe get some more resources and taller buildings that we can potentially move to. You know, so that's one thing. And then since there's taller buildings, there's probably people in them, so everything we can do to help is going to be, it'll be better. At least a little. What else do you need? What else do we need to figure out? How can I help?
We need to figure out what's going on with everyone's family. Everyone that I care about is here, but you all don't have that luxury right now.
No.
And I guess for this, we should probably go and get Mr. X and Mr. Felix, because something that's kind of bothering me, but I want to tell you all, but not tell my people, because I'm afraid of what might happen.
Okay, well, then let's go get them. And I want to help figure that out. That's concerning. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. You can tell he's very much not fine. You don't even need to roll.
You can tell he's very much not fine.
Thank you, Hubbard. I appreciate that insight. Well, Sophie's not gonna try to push it when they're still not with the rest of the group and around, well, the larger group. So she'll wait. Just kind of grab his arm and say, "Well, let's go find the rest of them and find a place that we can talk freely."
It's heading over to find them.
All right. Well, both X and Felix are laying down. X laying awake. Felix passed the fuck out.
X is in like has a blanket wrapped around his head and across his whole body, and he's just on his side staring at everything that's going on.
Mr. X, can we all talk about what's going on?
Sure.
You know where
Yeah.
Mr. Felix is?
He sits up. He's over there, I think. The only thing laying down big enough to be him.
Just follow the sound of the snores.
I'm pretty sure he still has his right arm exposed as he's laying down. He's not letting anything touch it.
Yes, Sophie will head over and wake up Felix.
Kick.
Megan, go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please. All right. So Sophie's waking you up. You're not gonna have any sort of fatigue or anything like that.
He was laying there with like basically he just had his jacket off and had it like wrapped around his head, trying to keep it dark so he could actually sleep. And he just kind of like, slowly moves it off his face and just like looks up, flinching away from the light. He's like, "Yeah."
Sorry to wake you up. Tal,
It's fine.
Tal has something he wants to talk to us about.
Yeah, no problem. He sits up and he just like puts on his jacket normal and puts his hands in his pockets. So, where's everyone at? He's looking around from all the hustle bustle of everyone moving around.
They're over this way, and she'll kind of grab onto his jacket and pull him through the people. All right there, Megan.
I imagined it
love
like
him again.
No, I imagined like how a small child like grabs the corner of their mom's shirt and starts dragging them off. And that's why I almost spat out my drink, because my brain was like very small Sophie, very tall Felix, and she's like, "Come, I bring you."
Come with me.
They make their way over.
X didn't move. He just sat up, still wrapped in a blanket cocoon.
Okay, so a lot has happened in a very short amount of time. One of our elders is not responsive, and we don't know what's wrong with him. Looking at the amount of stars in the sky, we broke more than just the immediate area. It seemed to have merged our worlds. Still don't know what all that means. And I'm feeling kind of broken. And every one of my people are starting to kind of look to me for answers, and I don't have any. And when I say broken, like, I remember seeing the dragon and immediately went into battle trance, but at the same time, I am having flashes of memory from fighting the dragon, and I don't usually or ever remember anything that happens. But this time I do, and that seems like a bad thing. Like maybe I'm not stable anymore.
We've been going through a hell of a lot. It makes sense that even your mental shield is getting worn down. Doesn't it?
I guess. I don't know.
On the other hand, I know it's different for humans and everything is different here, but when humans have lost chunks of their memories, it's seen as a good thing when it starts to merge. And we start remembering things. maybe not losing these memories will help you make better decisions and be able to help your people like they're looking to you for. But obviously you're not going to have to do that without us. You know, we're here. And we'll help you through it however we can.
If we weren't being so selfish and wanting to go home, maybe all of this wouldn't have happened.
But we also couldn't have known this was going to happen with what we did. You guys were basically certain it was going to take you home, that it was going to open a rift for you to go through. It's not your fault that things didn't go as planned. Sometimes they don't go as things don't go as planned, but that doesn't necessarily mean you failed.
I don't think they were certain. They just had a hunch that something would be there.
It was there. It was so close. I could see it. And then it was just gone. Now it's kind of here, but kind of not. And
Look at the bright side. You still get to have us and your world at the same time.
That's the bright side.
Listen, I'm trying to be optimistic. For once.
I was kind of like, you'd see like the like tears welling up in his eyes, and he just kind of turns away. He's like, he's just holding his head down.
Felix puts an arm around him.
Tell. You know you can tell us anything that's really bothering you. And you know what we talked about on the roof? You don't have to do this. You could always tell them no. You could leave. If this is not something you're okay with. You don't have to be their leader. If you don't feel like you can, should, or if you just don't fucking want to.
Not that simple with us. We can't. I wish I had the option to just kind of leave it behind, like you said you did with your family and your situation. But for us, especially being that we were put here, I'm not in a position to say no if the elders thought that this was the right choice.
The elders thought this was the right choice, and you're considered an elder chief guy now. Can't you now decide that it was not the right choice and give it to someone else?
No. That's something the chief elder decides. I'm not. No, that's not me. That's no.
Should we get away from the situation for a little bit? Maybe head out to where Lake Las Vegas is and try to find more boats? Give you some space to think about things, Tal?
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't understand what's going on with him, but I kind of do. I'm sure that what he's going
Took me a
through
second.
probably your fault because I just want it to be your fault.
Felix just rolls his eyes.
Do you know how we can help him? If you know what's going on with him?
Hey, with the Kurish interacting with the thing the same time as the Aberrant did we fuck it up? If it was just the Aberrant doing it, would you guys have succeeded?
Oh no, I don't think it's anything like that. Only thing I know is I've been trying to figure out what's going on with Tao because he's. How do you humans put it? Losing his shit?
One of the ways to put it.
The easiest way to put it.
Yeah, the battle trance, that whole mental programming, that's something that has to be maintained. They had fully planned on keeping him under control with that. But he got zapped here. They couldn't do it. They couldn't send him to the meditation chambers, as they put it, to kind of re-up his mind state and keep him in this state of being. And believe me, as soon as this dragon showed up, I wanted nothing more but to take over and get him as far away from that as possible. But funny thing happened. I couldn't. That's never happened before. For some reason, anything that I tried to do against his will just wouldn't happen. And it's not supposed to work that way because if he's not present anymore, then his will should not matter. So if I tried to get him to flee, didn't work. If I tried to get him to teleport away or anything, wouldn't work. But save a useless human that's about to be devoured by a dragon? Oh, I can do that. I have to assume that that is influence from being around you all so long. Especially you, because he has these aspirations of being a hero.
Felix like half smiles and then attempts to like crush it because he's like trying to not smile about that. I didn't just almost spill my drink.
And the funny part about it all is he was able to still speak and talk to this dragon, even though I could have swore I was in control of the body at the time. So this is just all new territory here.
As you say that, Ava walks up behind you, and she's like, Tal, we need you to settle something.
Oh, hello, Miss Ava.
Hi, just come with me, please. There's a little bit of a squabble between the two groups right now. We need your leadership.
I'll be along in just a few minutes. Let me just settle something up, okay?
All right, but hurry up, because they're at each other's throats right now.
I wouldn't dream of keeping you waiting.
She kind of gives you a smile and walks off.
Does she know?
Oh no, most of these people weren't from the school, I believe that's what Tal told you he thought he was in.
Didn't seem like one, but yeah.
That's because it wasn't. That's what he was told and raised to believe. He was being groomed to be a weapon, essentially.
Gathered that.
Do you humans have like competitions between different regions where if someone has the bigger weapon, then it deters people from wanting to mess with them? And
Of course.
Yeah, like war, all that. Arms
yeah.
races. We're kind of in the country that does that the most.
Well, same thing happened back at home, except for where it wasn't weapons, it was Aberranth who were unique or special or had common access to certain things, but were able to master it new levels beyond everyone else. And Tal was recruited to be one of those people. Of course, they didn't expect him to start going this far, this fast with what he's able to do. They wanted to take it slow so they can study it and know what he can do so they can exploit it.
And you control him.
Of course,
Only makes sense.
even you can catch on to that.
So maybe it's not the worst thing that you can't control him anymore.
Not if he
He's
puts
strong.
himself at risk learning this power that they were trying to tap into, that they were so keen on keeping under control.
Again, the battle trance is meant to make sure that he doesn't deal with mental traumas of battle and everything like that. And those memories can usually block and keep away from him if the battle trance starts to waver a little bit. Well, wasn't able to block it all. Being face to face with the dragon when you're not used to being completely present during combat, that's welcome to combat, new guy. Here's a dragon.
Yeah. I get why he's shaken up. Hell, I know I'm at least shaken up. Trying to figure it out, but
Yeah,
every day is a new form of insanity.
that human he let me save, I tried to teleport him and smack you right in the face with it. Did I hit you with that by any chance?
I mean, I caught him.
Oh, damn.
You did get me square in the chest, but I was able to recover before anything happened.
I'll aim better next
It's for
time.
making sure he got to us. Strong set of arms to make sure he was safe. He just like winks at this. I don't know what to call this form of Tal. Because Dark Tal is like what we've called his substitute self before. Like what do we refer to this Tal as?
Again asking or
Is this Felix's voice?
It might be.
to find out.
It's just, okay, fucking snarky Tal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why doesn't Felix ask?
Because Felix tried when we were on the roof to say, who are you, what do I call you? And he didn't get any of his questions answered. So why would he
It's a
continue
different
to
Tal.
beat a dead horse? What?
Wasn't that a different Tal?
No. It was both. He started with regular Tal, this guy stepped in. Felix was like, alright.
'Cause there's like Dark Tal, and then there's Battle Tal, and then...
Yeah, how many towels are there? Do you know? This could be a different one.
So yeah, there's a slight difference. Not quite the same tone here.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
Sexy Tao got it. Anyways.
So, as much as it pains me to say, I am going to need your help if I'm going to keep him safe. When he goes into battle trance, he's supposed to do one of two things by their design. He's supposed to either follow orders of anyone he deems as his superior, or if he has no mission to carry out, he is supposed to flee. And he did none of those things. So, if you're all going to be influencing him, I need you to make sure that he doesn't lose himself. Maybe talk him out of aspirations of being a hero.
No use being a hero if you die before you can help it.
Is the guy always jumping in front of gunfire?
Have I died yet?
Well, apparently I've heard that you're bulletproof.
I really wish you'd stop saying that. Oh god. Of all the things he says, I hate that one the most. I don't want him to think of me as invincible or perfect or any of that. That's all him.
Well, fix it.
I've tried.
Help him see the version of you that I see.
Oh. I'm not gonna be a dick to him.
Yes, please keep your man parts away from him.
I swear. God. These aberrant will be the death of me.
Only if I'm lucky. I swear to God, how many gods do you have here?
Depends on who you're asking. There are plenty of different belief systems.
Which one do you follow?
Mine only has one.
Okay, well, when you speak to your god, tell him I hate him.
Alright, I'll tell him Douchey Tal hates him.
What does that mean?
Means you're a jerk.
Sure. And he just looks past you and looks at X. By the way, kid, that whole thing that you did back on the water when the dragon swiped at us and you moved us out of the way, good call. Starting to like you more. I mean, you're still human, so you're disgusting, but, you know, you're like a good representation of humans.
If any of your people seen that. Let's see how long I last around here.
As long as we're useful, they won't get rid of us.
And then he like walks over and he like grabs Sophie's hand and kisses it and, like, and how are you, my darling? Oh, I know. You don't respond well to these things, but that's okay. When you wanna, you know, relax with a real man, and he like looks back at Felix, he like, let you know.
Ava's waiting.
Waiting for what, Mr. X?
Some of your people are having a dispute. She needs you to go and lead.
Oh. Sophie, why am I holding your hand? Did I miss
It's all right. Here, you should go find Ava. I don't know that she wanted us with you. Seemed to be
Aberrant business.
yes, and I would hate to overstep our bounds.
Oh, right. Leadership stuff. Ugh. Okay. You guys come with me because we're supposed to talk to a group of our people that are going to venture out so we can find out what's around here and maybe they'll help us find your families.
First, Eva said those people were at each other's throats. You should go stop the fight, and then we can focus on.
Oh yeah,
solutions.
I was hoping you could come with me for that too because I don't.
X will get up and start
Physical
grabbing
backup, yeah.
Tal and pulling him.
I mean, yeah,
We got your
Sophie will
back.
Go with him.
Oh, thank you, because I didn't, wasn't like super social back home, as I probably said before. And disagreements, I don't. Ooh, yeah, that sounds stressful.
Well, if they had let go of hands, Sophie will grab Tal's hand again and squeeze it reassuringly and say, "You got this."
Okay, I do got this.
What'd you say?
I gave John back the card he had given me earlier.
I don't need it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find
He's
Ava.
tough.
All right.
Yep. When he's handling the situation, I was thinking Felix would stand back, so if he's called to assist, he can assist, and he's there for emotional support. He also doesn't want to get in aberrant business.
X is gonna be right by Tal's side. Oh, he running.
I was just making sure that when I put the effects on that they actually worked right. I could probably do that in the dice tower and hide it, but then you guys would be like, why is Cliff rolling die and not showing us? And then I got to explain that, so it's just easier to do it this way. That was Sophie, by the way.
It's more fun when we roll them secretly and Allie gets stressed.
I know, she's all yelling at me already because I did nothing. Innocent over here.
Well,
See the halo?
You rolled a die.
It's a
Roll
little
for
bit
an
out of the...
NPC, and she's like, Clifford, what is that for? Relax.
No. I've watched his stream for too many years to relax when he just starts rolling shit.
And he said before that they don't mean anything.
They don't mean anything. It's all for show.
I don't believe you.
It's all for show.
For no reason at all. Give me a notice roll.
Exactly. And there's never ever a reason for it either.
Of course not.
So
Sometimes it's just to make you sweat.
Exactly. As you guys get over to the group, you hear this argument breaking out of people trying to decide where they're going to be putting their resources towards and who's going to be doing what. And as they see Tal coming, they're like, finally, someone can at least give us some answers. And I'll let you guys marinate on that for a moment here, as I break RP for a second here. I have been kind of plugging away behind the scenes at building some mechanics for running a settlement. If you guys look in the combat tracker, you should see new settlement on there as an NPC. I have marked it as friendly, so I think you guys should be able to click the little eye to the right of it.
Nothing in the combat tracker.
Don't lie to me.
Yeah,
There it is.
Now it's there.
I know. I clicked it as soon as you said no. Do you guys have the
There's
little...
no eye though.
There's no info button at the far right?
No.
No, it just says friendly.
What happens
That
if
what
I
the green
do?
skull means?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse you.
So
Aqua,
can you
what
see
doing?
like the traits and everything of it from here?
No.
Nope.
I see the letter N.
Yep. Got a
Yeah.
token.
So what if I do this? Can you see it this way?
I see a
Yeah.
blank
See.
Well,
sheet.
the box popped up.
Blank sheet.
Says read only.
There it
we
is.
go.
Okay, cool.
There we go.
I figured out one of these
I had
times.
X'd out of it, bring it back.
So, for the settlements, I actually have come up with an idea of making this something that you guys can build towards. You can develop, and I'm treating it as its own NPC so that way it can have its own stats. And what I wanted to do was to make it a little bit in depth, but still keep it simple towards how Savage World's core rules are. So it's still based off the same agility, smart, spirit, strength, vigor, but each one of those attributes has 2 skills associated with it. So for agility, there's gathering and scouting. For smarts, there's agriculture and technology. For spirit, there's entertainment and religion. For strength, there is engineering and militia. And for vigor, there is medicine and sanitation. All these things have different benefits as a whole to what they can provide to a settlement. And all of them are equally important. And what I'm going to do to open this up so you can see everything in the tables is I'm going to share this, which are the tasks. Did that pop up for you guys when I shared it?
I don't see anything.
What if I do it this way?
I mean, I had X'd out of the first
worked.
thing anyways, so...
Yeah, that popped up.
Oh, look!
So
A thing!
I have a random table of tasks, and at the start, you're going to have the option of basically, I wanted this to be something that could passively happen behind the scenes, and if there's anything that you all wanted to take agency over, you could. Otherwise, the settlement is a self-running machine, if you will. Like, it's going to be doing its own thing, and you guys can help sway it. And because it's a self-running thing, it could fail if it runs on its own. So you may have to step in to assist in certain areas. This is kind of a list of that. And then... you're going to also have... I got to do it this way. Okay. You're also going to have different scenarios that you have to account for. And these scenarios are going to be... Every session, you're going to have a new scenario. And this is kind of going to determine on how everything works with resources. And then the final thing would be if you look on the combat tab of the NPC, you will see under arcane backgrounds that there are resources. So the resources are directly related to different tasks. Your smarts are going to provide food. Your spirits are going to provide happiness. Your strength is going to provide material, and your vigor is going to provide medicine. All of this is going to come into play with how this goes. But so long as you successfully complete your task, you will gain 1 settlement point. That can go towards boosting any of your attributes for the settlement, or it can go towards boosting any of your skills. But unlike how it works for the PC, you cannot raise a skill up to the level of the the attribute until the attribute is raised. So if you want to get a skill to D6, the attribute has to be a D6 to do it. There's no way to go above your attribute with it. So with that being said, I'm going to roll a scenario roll for you guys here so you can see what I'm talking about in effect. Does this pop up for you guys when that happens?
Settlement task 5 and 11.
Okay, so this is the thing that's actually important to see. So this is the settlement that is randomly happening. In each session, we're going to roll a new one of these. And depending on where you guys are at, they may play out actually in an RP way. Otherwise, these may be things that are going on in the background as this world continues to grow when you're not present with it. You have, as you approach this argument that's going on, you have two scenarios that are being presented to you. One of them is, I have them all named as stupid names just so that way I can remember what they are. One of them is Sunday Drivers, one of them is Blackout. Anytime you're doing any of these tasks, if you exceed with them, you get the resource that's associated with it. So for the two that you have a gathering and a religion, and you have a gathering or a scouting and a technology. Religion is spirit, which means it brings happiness. Technology is smarts, which means that it brings food. Agility is a random resource that you're gonna get because this is all to do with gathering or scouting. It's basically something random that you're gonna find along the way. But these are the skills that you're gonna have to roll for it. So you can meta it a little bit by knowing what skills you have and what you're better at. And you can also meta it a little bit by knowing which resources you need. So on that note, I need everybody to roll me a D6. And this is, you cannot re-roll these, and this is gonna determine the resources that you have in order. Okay, so for this settlement that you guys have going on right now, like what is going on in the world around you, you guys currently have 6 food out of a 10 scale. So 10 would be like the most that you could possibly have for capacity. 0 means you have none and you guys are fucking dying in that area. You have 6. You have 2 in happiness. You have 5 in materials, and materials are going to be like building materials for things to be able to upgrade, improve. But you only have 1 in medicine. So with that all being said, as you guys approach, you have this argument breaking out of people that are saying, we need to go find things that are going to keep people's minds busy. The people that are not working, that are not doing things, they're sitting here thinking about the inevitable and it's driving them crazy. It is affecting their happiness and it's affecting the overall mood. And then you have another party that is saying, no, we need to focus on gaining technology. We need to get ourselves prepared for everything that we can, possibly get the grid back up and running. We need to focus on building things up, not focus on keeping everybody happy. Happiness is a secondary thing right now. And they both look at Tal for guidance of which one that they should do. The other thing, if you look at the settlement session, the other thing that you have going on right now is a scenario that is running in the background. The scenario that's running in the background is any agility scouting rolls that you have to do, you are rolling them with a -4 modifier. But if you're successful, you gain 1 to all resources if you succeed your task. So the way that this is going to look is basically any type of scouting role that you have to do, you're going to be doing it at a disadvantage, whether it be lack of people to be able to do it, lack of knowledge of the area that you're scouting. But if you're successful, it's going to be a huge benefit because you're going to gain everything that you would for the task, plus you're going to gain +1 to all of your resources. And I wanted everybody to know just meta up front what the risks were for everything before you did it. If you succeed, you gain your point to be able to upgrade, and you gain your resources. If you fail, you don't gain anything. If you crit fail, you lose the associated resource. So there you go. This is everything kind of played out in front of you right now, and they are looking towards Tal. Do we need to go gather religious things? And religion is not necessarily like Bible religion, but more like a spiritual connection type thing, like things that you would do religiously. So this is more like it could be just anything to keep your mind at ease, anything to kind of not focus on your own mortality. So some of them are saying we need to gather that, whereas the other one is saying no, we need to find more technology. We need to find more resources that are going to allow us to become more advanced. And they explain to you that basically we don't have the manpower to be able to split it up between this. Like, where should we focus our attention to?
Let me consult with my advisors. He turns to you looking panicked. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Felix just kind of like taps his head and goes, "Do you want a mind link so you don't have to worry about people listening to you? You can speak freely."
Oh, right. Good idea. The target. Yeah, I think I have the target. It's gonna let me. Probably not because it's not my turn. Nope. I'm just gonna roll it.
Here you go.
It worked.
Okay. Phew. Okay. So what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
All right. First off, deep breath.
Breathe.
It's gonna be fine. Would you like to hear each of our opinions on it, and then you make your decision based on that?
Yes. Yes, please.
So, I think it makes more sense to be out scouting and looking for materials to survive. Sure, happiness is great, but that's kind of a luxury when we're in a survival situation. We need to make sure we have the ability to make it out alive. That way happiness can prosper, versus being happy for the next day or two and then something happening where we all fell ill and die.
I agree. Also, getting more technology and more resources will make it so we can, well, with the amount of people here, we can either get more boats or something. You know, if we can go to, like, Las Vegas, like Felix was saying, and see about getting a boat from there, you know, we can do these resource runs and maybe move to a more feasible place. And maybe people will be happier in a different place. But we can't really do that until we have, like, more resources to do it.
I don't think I need to say anything that's not already been said. Get the technology before someone else does. That's
Also a
limited.
valid point.
Happiness comes with people.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine since your vehicles and your airplanes and your hovercrafts and everything have so much technology in them, Kind of like our RV had all sorts of things like microwaves and TVs and stuff. I would assume that you have really large boats that have a bunch of stuff on it.
Yes, technically, but I don't think there's gonna be any in Las Vegas because bodies of water near here, or what usually is near here, are not large enough to warrant like a cruise ship or anything like that.
How far will we have to go to find a place that would have had a lot of water to have had a bigger boat?
Probably like a week's worth of travel to the west.
Ooh,
Or southeast.
long.
Everybody go ahead and make a common knowledge roll if you want to.
Oh, I have too much shit on my screen.
So you know that like obviously Lake Las Vegas was just like little shit. Lake Mead to the east probably had some bigger vessels, but not like cruise ship sized vessels, but like, you know, full size boats that were there. But yeah, as far as anything major, the nearest would either be like out to the west, like what X was saying, which you'd be talking about like all the way out into the ocean, like the Pacific, or before then you could also get to the Salton Sea if we're talking about the old world, which that would be a couple depending on how fast it took you to get there, that would be to the southwest. Let me see. If we were to do... If we were to do that, it's about 300 miles to the southwest. X would know this with the rays. So about 300 miles to the southwest would be the first area body of water that would be. And then secondly would be like coming to the coast, which would be about equally as far. But again, that's in yesterworld. There's no telling what it's like today or if the same bodies of water even exist today.
Yeah. Any kind of big, notable boat is going to be a week's journey no matter where we go just to get there. That's not including the trip back, and I don't know how big this body of water is. I don't know if we're even going to be able to get the boat back here. So I think priority now, get something so we can get off of this building, out of this body of water to land. And then from there we can start looking for a place to actually call our own.
Also, is there other means of communication other than like phones here? Because there'd be some other way to find out, like through long distance, if your families are okay, right?
I don't know what else would still be
Radio.
working. There's
But
Yeah.
everything's pretty much the same. If one thing's down, it's a good chance most of it's just going to be down.
Radio, like in the RV?
Similar.
Like the handheld ones that we're at the military base too. Those are also used, but we don't have any.
We want to help you all find your families too.
I think Sophie said most of her family is just located in this area. If we scout around for supplies, boats, and stuff, we can look for her family as we do it. I'm just gonna be looking for Stephanie. That's the only person in this area that I care to look for. And back in Cali, who fucking cares?
Hope you find Miss Stephanie while we're out.
Yeah, so while we're out scouting, we can look for her, we can look for Sophie's family. Felix, that one chick that did the
Kay.
drums with us that one time,
Yeah,
Kay?
Kay.
Oh, she was nice.
Yes, and then my best friend Colin also lives in the area. But yeah,
Okay, so we're doing technology first.
Technology for the people here, for us, scouting for better transportation and looking out for people.
Okay.
And once we get all that situated, we can talk relocation.
Okay. Al turns back around. Now, because that was a raise, this was all happening at the speed of thought.
You guys got this? I'm gonna go pee off the edge real quick.
He's like looking back at the aberrant, like. So I've decided that we're going to find technology first. Yep. That's my decision.
And the one guy's like, I told you, and the other one's like, this is ridiculous. If everyone's miserable, what's it matter? And he kind of storms off. Mechanically speaking, you guys get to decide who's gonna make this roll. You can use your own bennies on re-rolls, but they come out of your cash. So whoever is going to be rolling it, it's going to come out of their bennies and only their bennies. This is something I plan on doing at the start of each session, so that way it won't have to be like you're down to one benny and now we're going to do it. So
All right, X Truck's back.
So
Well,
who wants to make the call?
I'm torn because I'm like, I could make the rolls, but also I can give people bennies.
I start off every session with 2 bennies, not 3. So
Right.
But we could really use some Sophie rolls for this.
Well,
That's just betting on luck, though.
right.
She has the ability to give away her bennies.
Right. So maybe, well, I'm willing to try this week. And then, you know, if it just goes terribly, then it's not my fault.
Right.
Felix, you have an additional adventure card.
ooh.
All right, Allie, do you still have the new settlement NPC box open? Okay, here's what I need you to do. I'm gonna need you to first make a scouting roll at a -4.
Easy. You've done worse.
Right.
Never mind. That's fine.
I mean,
It's fine.
hey,
It's -4. We can't expect
right.
to succeed at everything.
But again, the other side of this is if you succeed with it, you gain +1 to all resources.
I'd say give it at least one extra go. Because you never know when you're going to just Sophie all over it.
This is the extra roll, though, not the intelligence roll.
What?
No, this is the scouting roll.
smarts.
This is it. Like, so you have to.
Oh. So then it doesn't matter. If we would have picked happiness or this, it would have failed.
Well, no, if you had picked happiness, there's no negative modifiers because there's no scouting rolls for this.
Oh. But they both say agility. I don't understand this still.
Well, right. It says roll agility scouting with a -4 modifier.
Right.
So you have 2 tasks. One of them has scouting. One of them does not. So if you pick the one that didn't have scouting, you wouldn't roll it with a negative because there's no scouting roll to roll negative on.
What's the point with the technology and religion then?
So it's so like on the default, so like a regular task if you were to go do it, right? So like if we just look at this as an isolated thing, like say we'll look at Sunday drivers. It's an agility roll and a religion roll. If you make both of those rolls, you would gain +1 random resource because agility gives you a random resource. And you would gain +1 happiness because spirit gives happiness. If you succeed on both of those, you also get a settlement point, so you can upgrade your settlement. If you succeed on just one of them, you would just get the resource. The other thing that comes into play with this is there are scenarios. So the scenario that you guys randomly pulled on this one was any scouting roll has to be rolled with a -4 modifier, but if you succeed, you gain +1 to all resources. So then what we do is we look at Blackout. It's a scouting roll you have to make and a technology roll. So scouting, again, random resource. Technology is going to be a material. I'm sorry, technology is for smarts, right? So that would be for food is basically a food is the resource you would get with that. So if you complete both of these, you would get 1 random resource, 1 food, and you would get your settlement point. If you just get one or the other, you would just get the resource. But with this modifier that you have on here, this scenario that's playing out, if you succeed the task with the -4 modifier, you're going to gain a bonus. So you're going to gain your 1 random, you're going to gain your 1 food, but you're also going to gain 1 to all resources because of this.
Okay.
So that's the trade-off with
I completely
it.
voted for the wrong one. This seems pointless.
So
already good on food and a -4. I don't know.
So it's up to you, Sophie. If you want to keep using bennies, you can. If you want to just keep, doing it this way, you can. Like you could still gain the resources. You just can't gain a settlement point if you don't hit both of them. But you would still gain like the technology if you get your technology correct. So yeah. So it's your call on this. That's why I said it's up to one person that gets designated to do it, just because that way it puts the pressure on them. But again, that's why I wanted this all to be meta and laid out in front of you so you knew what the risks were before you did it.
Okay, I will try one more time.
Sure. Try as many times as you want.
Gotta find the damn...
You still have to roll for smarts too. It's not only agility.
That's why I said one more. It's fine.
Go ahead and do that scouting roll with a -4. Yep.
So this thing is not rolling a wild die?
Hey, you are correct on that. I guess it should be. Let's do that so it does. Give me a D6, Allie. Give me another D6.
Where'd it go? It disappeared. There it is.
Okay.
Hey, that
Give
would
me
have exploded, right?
No, it's
No,
a
it
4.
needs to be a 6 for the D6 to explode.
Go, give me
Oh.
another D6. So this is your third one that you already did.
Hang
Nope.
on.
Okay.
Okay.
So your call. You have a Benny left. You can try to do it on that if you want to, or you can move on to. I mean, you could always do the technology roll, and then if you get that, you could go back and do another roll for that. Like, I'm not really like picky on which order you do it or anything like that.
Well, sure, now you tell me.
The-
Would that have made any difference at all? I always thought I was helping you out with this here. Fine, you know what? You have to do them in order. New rule. How about that? No, you're fine. You can do it any way you want to do it.
All right. So technology now, right?
Yep, so technology roll, and you're going to be doing this one flat. There you go. So that's perfect. So the technology is going to be a success. And if you leave it as is right now, the scouting roll will be a fail, which means that you will not gain the random resource, you will not gain the bonus resources, but you will still gain food. And story-wise, you'll be able to find the technology that they're looking for.
There's 2 smarts roll. One smart says agriculture, one smart says technology. Is technology supposed to be medicine or food?
Anything that's under smarts is a food resource.
Yeah, medicine is vigor.
Yeah, any of the vigor rolls would be medicine.
But we went for the resource that we have the most of.
This was Megan not understanding. I
Mm-hmm.
thought that medicine was gonna be
This is
smarts,
literally
yeah.
everybody's first time doing this. It's all right.
Okay.
I want to be left out of these decisions from now on.
Oh, Sophie's awarded Bendy.
Okay, I'll try again. One more time.
We believe in you.
I
Is there
believe in
anything
the
for getting a raise on these?
Oh.
Yes.
Ali, roll a d6 for the technology as well. We only rolled a d4 for that one.
No, it rolled both.
No, it
Yeah.
rolled. Mhm.
Yeah, look.
Oh yeah,
underneath it.
trait roll and wild die. Okay.
Yep. So your call.
I didn't see it.
You got one Benny left. You can choose to use it, or you can choose to call it there.
It's a -4 and a D4.
Yep.
I would have stopped after the first one. I don't even know if I would have done the first one.
But you don't have Sophie dice.
I don't. The only thing I explode on are making sandwiches.
Yeah, make a McDonald's.
Right.
I mean, technology is food, so technically it might be like technology towards making the next best sandwich. So you don't know.
Mm-mm.
You calling it?
I'm calling it.
Okay,
That's
no
good.
problem.
This time.
Okay, not a problem. Yep. So they, you make your decision, and they all head off to basically start their planning of where they're gonna start their scouting, get an idea of what kind of technology they're looking for, and yeah, and you know, the guy that you agreed with that we need to do the technology run for, he kind of like looks at you and he gives you like this solid like head nod. I knew you'd understand.
Yep, that's me. Chosen one and all.
Didn't understand at all.
everybody's starting to break apart, Ava walks over to you and says, one thing that we definitely could use is some extra medicine. A lot of the supplies that we were able to get are going towards the elder, but we are extremely low, and we are one bad accident away from being in a dire situation.
Okay. Medicine. Yeah, we'll
Anything you can find, bandages, painkillers, herbs, anything.
Yeah, we know a few places. Mr. Felix, you've been to plenty of those hospitals. They have medicine there, right?
They sure do, buddy.
Okay, yeah, we'll
It's
start
probably one of the first places that got looted. He's just like trying to like hold back a laugh the whole time. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, Tal, always gotta point this shit out.
there. Okay, yeah, we'll start
Speaking of
there.
hospitals, it's not like I don't need one right now.
Oh, are you hurt?
Yeah. The
Hey, Mr. Felix.
what?
As long as it been.
Dragon fight. I pulled Sulfie out of the way of the fire breath and took the brunt of it myself.
You stood in front of Dragonfire?
That's what heroes do.
Right?
X is shoved.
Ooh, give me a strength roll.
I was gonna say, like, can I make a strength roll? I'm fucking X is tired still.
Send
He
him
fucking-
over the.
X fucking hits the ground.
No,
You just
Felix
hear-
wasn't actually doing it that rough.
X
It
hits
was
ground.
never just like a hand on the soldier, just like push, not like
Nah,
a
no take backsies.
like actual yeet him.
Done,
Pick him
done.
up and just send him into the water.
Actually, you know what? This is too good.
Oh no.
Sin, go ahead and give me an agility roll.
We're in the middle of everything. We're fine.
Yes.
Yeah, so you push him, and just that little bit of a shove as he's walking, he trips over like some of the like bags that are on the ground nearby, and he catches himself with grace you wouldn't expect given his current situation. But yeah, he kind of like tumbles, and he's like, "I'm good."
I did not expect you to move that far. Sorry.
We're still mind linked, so you shove that you're the fuck.
Send him back in the water, exhausted. There goes X. He's dead.
Sin just immediately rolls a new character. He doesn't even bother to do anything else. He's like, game over. My only weakness.
Why you decided to make the area surrounded it this time? You just wanted Sin to suffer?
This is an idea that I had in my head before we even started.
I think I did the best in the water last session.
Yeah, you weren't technically in it though. You're kind of
I
like
started off in it.
Jesus Christ on the water. You're like, how come everybody else having so much trouble in this water as you're walking on it? Like, it's not fair, Jesus.
Anyways.
Dylan start like rolling up his blanket and packing stuff into his duffel bag.
Okay, Ava. So we're going to take one of the hover thingies, and we're gonna go, and we're going to try and find bigger boats, and we're gonna go by hospitals and see what we can find there, and we're going to see if we can find any people who need help, maybe. Again, I'm not sure if we're in position to help people yet, but I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, if they're in immediate danger, that's one thing, but we definitely can't just bring them back if they're fine where they are and they have supplies to do okay. Because we have limited space and supplies.
Okay. Well, if somebody's in really bad shape, we'll bring them back. Just not bring everybody back, and then we'll have some, of our mind readers, make sure they're not like one of those aberrant hating humans or anything. If they are, we'll just deal with it then. But
And keep in mind that you guys have access to knowing what your settlement's resources are. So like with you having 7 food, you have food to spare for people. But with medicine being low, you can't really tend to sick people or anything like that. So that knowledge, I want it to be meta for what you guys make your decisions based on too. So you start bringing a bunch of people back, that might be cool and all until one person, brings the Rona with them, and then
Shit.
oh shit, here we go again.
all right. So yeah, let's go find Alien, and we'll see if they're ready to go, and then we should leave. Miss Max, are there any hospitals toward the direction of where Miss Steph might live?
I couldn't tell you. I never really visited her house too much before you guys came along.
You think you can find her general direction of where her house should be?
I think I can do that without a roll.
Yeah, I would agree.
Actually, I know where it's at. It's to southeast a little bit, like 2 miles that way.
Okay, we'll start there.
There are not a lot of taller buildings in that area.
How far from taller buildings does she live?
About a mile or 2.
Based on that common knowledge roll, you don't really know.
Oh, we'll go in that general area, and then we will swing by there regardless. And
So
maybe
I mean, keep in mind you guys still have access to this, which is an old world map of it, but at least it gives you some idea, and you can look at the green pins to know where you guys where things are at.
I mean, the green pins aren't
Completely.
extremely helpful when you have no idea what they are.
If you highlight over them, they tell you what they are.
Highlight over them
It didn't do it until I clicked on it though.
until they
So I
needed
was
to
like,
prove
these
you
are
wrong.
just fucking circles. Isn't it fucking helpful?
Alright, so where
Never
are we?
mind.
What was that, Allie?
Where are we?
The big circle, top right.
Yeah, you're right underneath the roller derby. I guess I should add a pin for that.
Okay.
We'll say anything about a mile to the south of us, a mile or two. Places that she went to often. That's where you guys found me at the soup kitchen before we left Area 51. But let's stop by all the bigger buildings. See what we can scavenge from the top floors if there's no one there. Or if there are people there, see if we recognize any.
Okay, so I'm thinking we head for bigger buildings and then we kind of make our rounds and hit
Clockwise.
everyone's houses that might still be there of the people that you care about. See if they're okay.
Yeah. Do you know what
Okay.
clockwise is? Have we explained that to you?
No.
It's rotating as we go in a circle in a certain direction. We'll go clockwise around the city and spiral inwards as we go.
The clock on my phone
Same,
has numbers. It doesn't
yeah,
rotate.
that's a digital clock, or analog clocks works different. Let's stay away at least a mile away from that part of the orb in the sky, the part that's sucking water up into it. I don't want to get caught in that.
And for reference, that's on that's like on the west side of the city.
Next to Lynn Chapel's house.
I'm not the one driving.
Colin's house.
Bad news. Alright.
Yeah,
Axel will get his duffel bag on. Get his. He'll bring his guitar in his case. And just start climbing down the ladder.
I love that fucking sound. Every time.
Al will go over to. He'll find Alien and his group. I think we're ready to go. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're getting everything put together. I appreciate you giving the call for what we need to look for. They really need the guidance here. I was providing the help that I could, but they were at a standoff. So, how do you want to do it? We take one vehicle, you take the other, or we've been kind of just, we've been mostly just swimming it the last 2 days. So we're not making great grounds, but we're getting a pretty good idea of the immediate surroundings. If we use the other vehicle that you guys have, we could go out a little bit further.
Yeah, we'll take one and leave the other for you. And yeah, definitely probably stay in close proximity in case, anything happens. You can get back pretty easily. We're
Perfect.
gonna go a bit further out and we'll come back with everything that we can. Hopefully bigger boats.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll get what we can and bring it back here. And again, thank you for making the decision.
Okay, you're welcome. And then he runs off to catch the rest, and he's gonna climb down the ladder. I think we're ready to go.
So, what's the game plan?
What direction was Lake Las Vegas again?
Lake Las Vegas would be east of here.
Okay.
I think it's 20 miles or 10 miles. It is about 20 miles from where you guys are at.
Okay.
20 at 22.2 miles, ironically, if you were taking roads.
Well, we have a straight path.
Right, exactly. So.
Okay. Let's. What time of day is it?
Still early.
Okay. Let's keep going. We'll spend half our time looking in a city. The other half we can go to the lake. Because all we're doing over there is seeing if there's vehicles. We're not doing any kind of scouting or searching or anything.
Everybody give me a notice roll with a -4.
I was waiting for Ali to ace that. The -4. Boom, boom, boom.
They'd be like, motherfucker. All right. Cool. So you guys are heading off, and you're heading where now?
We're gonna do a clockwise rotation around the city, giving the orb in the sky a mile berth. Like a spiraling clockwise.
Okay.
Then, about halfway when the day's over, we'll head out to the lake.
Okay. So you're gonna basically head out and then start heading. You said you're heading clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
Okay, so you're gonna head out and you're gonna start heading like southeast first. I assume towards like Steph's house.
Yeah.
And then are you gonna like start like tighten in as you go, or are you gonna basically?
First circle around is gonna be a pretty wide. Then as we circle in tighter, we're just gonna be less of a circle, more of hitting all of the buildings that are poking out.
Okay. And based on your guys' travel so far through everything, you know that like the area that you're in, there's not a lot of tall buildings. And then you would know that going towards Steph's house, there's even fewer because it's mostly that residential area that you're going to.
Still hoping.
Yep, understood. Okay. So who's gonna be driving this Mungalunga?
I can do it.
The fuck?
What?
Someone's dog's jangling.
Oh, the jingle.
Yes,
Jingle,
Miss Rain
jangle.
over here.
All right. So Felix, you're gonna be driving.
Yeah.
Is Sophie gonna be helping? Navigate or any? Guess not. All right.
We're fine.
Just jumped on that shit.
All right.
I thought I had given her time, but then I had already clicked it when he started speaking, and I was like,
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't know how on episode 30 I'm still forgetting that I can support these roles.
Especially when your
You
entire
are a
character is based
support
around
character.
support. You forgot how to Sophie.
I'm dumb.
In all reality, I could have supported every drive role that's ever been made. I just haven't been doing it because it's just in X's character.
I think Allie needs a new sticky pad.
I'm
It just
actually
says-
making one.
It just says support! Exclamation point. There you go. All right. So you guys get in the boat. You start driving away. And shortly after driving away, you hear the other one kick off, and you look over your shoulder, and you see a small group of aberrant in the boat and trying to figure out how that
Why are we letting
hovercraft
them
works.
drive?
It's fine. They like nudged Tao. You guys figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell
See how
them
they-
how to make it fly. You guys haven't learned how to do that yet.
Yeah.
Right.
They get it started, it just goes up into the air.
Why weren't you
Um,
traveling like this the whole time?
Yeah, you guys are doing this way inefficient. All right. So as you guys are driving, who's gonna be the main person that's keeping like a lookout for everything?
I can do that.
All right.
Captain Alert over there.
So
Oh, it's just her.
What's that face?
Tal and X, both of you go ahead and give me notice rolls to support Sophie. All right, Sophie, go ahead and make that with a +1. The irony that everybody is supporting Sophie. All right, so you guys head out, and as you start making this wide berth of a turn, like kind of getting the scope of everything, you get a couple miles away from where you are at, and you can see where the waterfall is pouring down off in the distance, and you can see that this waterfall is just massive. And off to your left, Sophie, you notice the tip part of a tower sticking out of the water that you would identify as a radio tower from the airport, with like maybe 20 feet of it sticking out of the water. So to give you an idea of about how deep the water is in the area that you currently are. As you guys keep driving through, you're getting closer towards where Steph's house would be. And off to your left, there are basically no buildings that are sticking above the water. Like it almost looks like from your current vantage point, if you look off to your left, which would be towards like the eastern front, that you guys are on the ocean. There's hardly anything sticking out of the water, and the few things that are mostly like debris and whatnot. Off to your right, looking more towards like the downtown area of Vegas, you can see some structures jutting out of the water off in the distance, but most of them are like barely sticking out of the water. And obviously you guys can't see infinitely off in the distance or anything like that, but before the haze of the air kicks in, you can see that there are some that are sticking out over there. Sophie, go ahead and give me a common knowledge roll.
Oh no shit.
I mean, it's really hard to gain your bearings from where you are just based on everything being flooding. Like all of the common landmarks and whatnot that you would use to be able to identify where you are, they just don't exist anymore, especially in this current area. X, you're still trying to like, try to figure out where you are to be able to tell where Steph's house is exactly. Go ahead and give me a notice roll to try to see if you can pinpoint where you guys are at right now.
Yeah, it's a pass.
Yeah. So like as you get past the airport and you get out a little bit further, you start recognizing through the water and looking down, you notice a gas station that you've been to many of times when heading over there, that you used to fill your bike up at and everything. So you know you're in the general vicinity. And you point to Felix out in a direction and basically to tell him that this is the way he needs to go. And as you do, you realize your finger is pointing directly towards that giant waterfall.
So the waterfall that's pouring down is on the right side of Vegas, and the waterfall that's going up is on the left side?
Correct.
Oh, fuck.
You're on mute if you're talking to us, Megan.
How close do you want me to drive to that thing before we call it quits?
It's pouring down. It's not gonna suck us up. And X will just like lean over on that side of the raft, just looking in that direction. Keep making that rotation.
Felix nods and keeps driving.
And as you're getting closer towards this area here, you can tell from your current positioning that the waterfall is beyond her area. So you would be able to like get towards where her house was at without being risk of being in direct line of it. But as you guys are getting closer and closer, you're noticing that the water is becoming a little bit more turbulent. As this giant waterfall is hitting and it is making waves, and the closer you drive towards it, you're starting to notice a little bit of a boof, boof, boof of the hovercraft. So yeah. What's the game plan? You can definitely tell from where you're at right here that like none of these homes are above water. So I mean it's a fair assessment to make that Steph's house is probably under 100+ feet of water at this point. But whether you want to investigate if she made it out or anything like that, that's your guys' call.
What do you want to do, X? You're kind of taking point on this. This is your person.
Hold the raft and actually like get up and start taking off his jacket and his shirt.
So are you going to try to get close enough to dive in and see?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's what I'm going to need then. Felix, I'm going to need you to make a drive roll with a -2. As the water is getting a little bit more turbulent here and it is becoming a little bit harder to keep the craft steady. If anybody wants to do any support rolls for that, they can definitely assist, and now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Oh, okay. You don't have to. I'm just saying if you want to.
There. Well.
It's cocked.
Fantasy Ground says, but what if we didn't?
They just wanted to make you sweat a little bit. Like, was it the 2? Was it the 5? Huh? All right, go ahead and do, Felix, do it with a -1, please.
Hey.
All right.
Pass is a pass.
All right, so you guys get to the area, and through the wake and the slight rock that the boat has right now, the two things that you notice are about 250 feet away to your guys's like southeast, mostly east southeast, I'd say, is this giant waterfall. And as you guys get close to it, you can see that this waterfall is easily 100 feet wide. And it is pouring water down, and you're seeing the rocking of the boat. And you can tell it gets even more turbulent the closer that you get to it. But directly below where you guys are currently, pun intended, hovering, you can see Steph's house. And you can actually see from where you are, the TV is still on the roof.
Oh.
All right, you guys can see down there. So, should be able to keep an eye on me if things go poorly.
I'm not gonna
And-
stop you, but I am gonna say that the water doesn't seem like it's gonna be easy to swim in, man.
He holds up his hand and he's like starting to turn some of the sigils. It's fine. And oh no, what happened to my sheet? Okay.
Surprise!
He's already dead.
Why'd my sheet disappear? Oh.
Remember what I said about people with your type of essence and water, Mr. X?
It's fine. And on his left arm, he puts a finger on one of the runes. It says Diras and strikes it across. And his eyes turn a bright blue. His hair turns all blue, and it looks like it's underwater again. And I need to put this on myself. That needs to be a 10 instead of a 5.
Yep.
And he is going to hurry himself to increase his pace again. So that's 2 power. Ah, no, he doesn't have 2 power points left. He used 2 power points. And he's gonna dive in and try to use the elemental manipulation to kind of like torpedo him through the water and keep the water. He's using the actual spell to keep the water from like crushing him as he goes down. To keep I forgot what it's called after you get a certain.
Oh, you mean like the atmospheric pressure the deeper you go?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he's using the spell to do.
Okay. So I like the creativity for that. So what I'll say is I plan on having you roll this with some negative modifiers because of what's going on around you. For right now, I'll say you do not need to roll anything like that. But let's go ahead and bring this up. We're going to put you up here. We're going to call this the surface. Right here, we're going to say is the surface, where everybody else is. And just to illustrate that, I guess we'll put everybody on here. So let me do this real quick. And where you are trying to go right now, we're going to say is 35 down. Normally when moving, let me do this real quick. Make my life a little easier. I'm sorry.
Don't like it.
So I was gonna grab a random NPC to put on here just so I could track distance easier, because you could target it and track distance. The first NPC is an alligator. So I was like, hold on. If I put an alligator in here, they're gonna be shitting at. So hold on, I'm not gonna do an alligator. No, there's no good answer here, I guess. Here, I'll do this so it seems less threatening. Alright, so we'll put this in here. And let's have X target this so I can see. Holy shit. 36 exactly. Look at me fucking go. So
Proud of you.
So this is about how far you're gonna have to go down. Like if you plan on actually getting inside the house, this is how far down you're gonna have to go. Each square of movement is gonna take or each square is gonna take up 2 movement, because you are swimming. Because you're swimming, really. It's just considered a hazard. So it takes your movement up. I am not going to make you roll with any sort of penalties, but go ahead and give me a run die. A pace die, rather. Not run, but pace.
And I have the +2 because of the hurry modifier.
Let me do this then just to make my life easier again. Let's do hurry, pace +2, and that's gonna last for the full 10 rounds too?
Yep.
Cool, okay. So that is 13. So if we take 13, divide it by half, roll it down, that's 6 you get to move. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you guys see X activate the sigil. His hair starts to look like he's underwater before he's even underwater. He jumps into the water, and as he dives down, you almost hear this like pew noise, and it looks like the water almost separates around him, and he's just jumping into like a pocket of air as he dives down, and almost immediately you just see he shoots down through the water. Tal, Felix, are you two doing anything?
Making sure the boat is not going away from the place so X can easily make it back to it when he comes up. Just trying to make sure I'm not drifting away as there is turbulent water pushing me.
Sure. So I will say that as long as you're just maintaining and you're not doing anything like that, because of the roll that you did previously, you will not have to make any additional rolls for that. But it will take basically your action to do that. Like that'll be like your action is focusing on keeping this steady. Make sense?
Yep.
Cool. All right, Tal.
I will do we'll say summon ally bodyguard, or he will look like X, and he will. Well, let's see if I make him first. Let's get ahead.
You do.
Right, and yeah, he's just gonna dive in and follow X wherever he goes. I'm going to spend the extra point for Mind Rider modifier. that can sense through it.
Okay.
And yeah, that is it.
So you're making the bodyguard look like action. You're having him go in the water too?
Yep. And just gonna follow wherever he goes in case anything goes wrong. Tal will know about it, and he'll have some backup.
Okay. And that's gonna be for 10 rounds as well.
Yep.
Cool. And so the bodyguard is on here as well. I'll put him under Tal so we can see the difference between the two. Tal, can you double click on the X token directly underneath you on the map? Will it let that pop up if you do that?
I mean, I can click. What is it?
Does it pop up the bodyguard when you do it?
Nope.
What about if you double click on the combat tracker?
There we go. Yep, I got it.
Okay, go ahead and give me a pace roll for him there as well, please. All right, so he can move down 5. So he's trying to keep up. Actually, what I need you to do is first, before we do this, sorry, for him, I need you to give me an athletics roll, please. Not great. So he jumps in the water, and as he's trying to move down, he is basically like fighting against the turbulence from the water that is cascading down and also pushing out under. So as he's trying to swim down, you're seeing him like drifting away and him trying to like pull back. As a result, he is not making much progress with it. So he's just barely under the surface. In turbulent water, if you do not make your athletics roll, you do not move. So he doesn't move at all. So he's trying to keep up, but the current is just crazy right now. So he's under the water, a couple feet under the water, like broke the surface, but that's about it. He dove in. All right. So let's do this. All right. Go ahead, do an athletics roll for the bodyguard again. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and do a pace roll. All right. So same thing. So he actually moves 6 down. Or no, he'd move 5 down. Sorry. So same thing that we did before. So X, as you're swimming and you're shooting down, you hear another splash. You kind of hear the concussive sound of something breaching the water behind you. And as you peek over your right shoulder, you see someone that looks just like you diving in the water and swimming after you.
Yeah. Fucking tell.
It made it look like Felix.
Then he'd have been really confused. What the fuck is this guy doing?
You're supposed to be driving.
Both just fucking take it off.
Tal's got it. It's fine.
All right. X, go ahead and give me that pace roll. All right. So you can move down 5. So where you're at right now, you're basically like you're almost at the roof level of this house as you are swimming down, and as you're seeing around, like you're seeing cars being pushed against like garages, and you could tell that like actually, let's do it this way. Give me a smarts roll. Okay.
Hey.
So you can make a deduction based on this that this orb formed and started pouring water down at such a rate that it created this ocean, and where the waterfall is coming down from, you can see this path of destruction in like a semicircular fashion of the water hitting and just pushing everything through. So you see cars and debris and everything pushed against homes in like an arcing fashion away from where this waterfall is at. But yeah, so there's that. Tal.
He's just he's just kind of sitting cross-legged, like has his eyes closed, like he's meditating, but just looking out for X through his ally, making sure he's good.
So what's it like Tal experiencing like this oceanic view, but it's like this is an area you've been to before, you've seen this neighborhood before, but you're seeing it from like this bird's eye view underwater, which is a weird scenario.
He just like, if anybody's looking, like he just occasionally smiles, like he's like almost like he's dreaming. But yeah, he's just like kind of getting used to it, but also kind of enjoying the experience.
All right, Sophie. So you see Tal sitting there meditating. You see Felix having like to actively maneuver the boat to keep it, or the hovercraft to keep it in like a semi-stationary position here. What are you doing?
Unmuting myself, and then Sophie's gonna be looking around both on the surface and kind of underneath the surface just to see if anything happens.
Sure, give me a notice roll.
Danger.
You see an alligator. So you can see like the homes and whatnot there, and like from the vantage point that you have, with you being a couple 100 feet, you know, like 100 or so feet above, you can actually see like a layout of like the neighborhood that you normally wouldn't get a view of, and you can see like there are convenience stores, there are gas stations, there are areas near here that could potentially have some resources in them, but they are all, you know, 100 plus feet underwater.
She will take a mental note of these locations and see how X is doing when he comes out of the water.
Perfect. Okay. Felix, anything additional you're doing, or are you just maintaining?
Am I able to maintain and kind of look at any corpses I see in the water to see if I recognize them?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a notice roll with a -2 to your distraction.
You got it.
I mean, at this point, like, anytime you see a body, you get this kind of sickly feeling of like you recognize it, and you can't be sure if it's them or not, but like everybody looks like somebody that you knew, and you know it's just your mind playing tricks on you, but it's still like, is that Mr. Thompson? No, okay.
Brent Turner? No!
Kylist?
Kylist would never be a body, okay?
Kylist is jet skiing across the fucking water, doing just fine.
Kylist is jet
Got
skiing on the
Kyler
corpse of Kyle. He's boogie boarding with Kyle's corpse because he is the Kylist.
Nothing for Tal.
Okay. X, go ahead. All right. So you make it down to the door, and you try to push it open, but the door is locked. You could try to find another way in. You could try to pick it. What are you gonna do?
He's gonna try to use like the force of the water to just like blast it open.
Okay. So you're
Kind of like the pressure that's built up down here. He's gonna use it to like crack and just start tearing into the door until it's like loose enough that he could just pull it open.
Okay. For elemental manipulation, what well, for one,
I
did
got
you
a
roll that?
raise,
You got it with a
so
raise,
it
so it's a
can
D8
it
strength,
could be
is
used
it?
at D8. Yeah.
So go ahead and give me a D8 roll. And then if it's less than a 6, give me a D6 along with it.
You mind if I roll fighting so I could just do the die and the wild die?
Sure, that works too.
Ooh, let's re-roll that.
Okay.
It's still
Okay.
going. Hold on.
We get it.
Um,
Maybe we should let X punch things.
yeah, so you take a moment and you basically focus all of this energy that you've been using to get you down here thus far, and you focus it into just a central point on this door, like where the lock is, and you push all this energy through, and you hear this boop noise as this burst of air just rushes through, and the door slowly swings open, and everybody on the surface, you see this just burst of bubbles just break surface, just for a moment, as the door opens up, and you can make your way inside the house here. I think that's good for your turn. Sophie, anything additional? You just seen all these bubbles. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to do anything. You just still kind of keeping eye out, trying to figure out your surroundings and what could be near here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's look somewhere to help somebody.
Okay.
Or kill someone.
I mean, the only people you could support at this moment would be Felix or Tal, which you can do. Or you can just maintain kind of a watch on what you're doing. And basically what I'll do is I'll use your previous roll and just carry that forward.
Okay, well then for now I'll just keep watching.
Okay, that's fine. All right, Tal, go ahead and give me a athletics. All right, so
Supposed to be just one die?
what's that?
Is it supposed to be just one die?
Yeah, he's not a wild card.
Okay.
Yeah, so as he was going down, he got hit with that concussive force from him forcing that door open, which just pushed all that air back up at him, and it kind of like knocked him off balance for a moment. And Tal, from your point of view, because you're seeing through this thing's eyes, you see X bursting the door open, and you see the rush of air kind of burp out, and the bubbles come up. And you see it hit you in the face for a moment there, and your vision kind of spirals for a moment, and you see like the bottom of the hovercraft for a second, and then you recalibrate yourself as you see the bodyguard try to push his way back down again.
Al reacts to this on the boat.
So Felix and Sophie, you would see that. And Felix, it's your turn.
Stress.
Picture Tal giggling afterwards.
All right, he gets another chance, Tal. Athletics
All right.
roll.
Here we go.
So close. He's still trying to
There
gain his momentum back so he can start moving back down after that catastrophic blowout there. Tal, anything you doing on your turn?
Nope.
Okay. One thing I will say that I guess this could make sense, and I'm the GM, so if I say it makes sense, it makes sense. Tal, if you want to roll support rolls for your bodyguard, if you're able to see through him and communicate with him, it makes sense that you would be able to support him.
Use up your action to support a bodyguard. It wouldn't really have any benefit in combat. It'll just be like if you send him out to do something on his own. With you being there through his eyes, you can actually help.
I mean, if you wanted to do it in combat, you could do that too. But I mean, then you're taking up your turn to do it. So I'm cool with it either
this
way.
bodyguard is more athletic than Tal, so I mean, I could try. But, I mean, I guess I do have the advantage of having the wild die, so I mean,
exactly. Yeah, so go ahead and if you want to try to do, instead of just passing on your turn, if you want to try to support them, roll in athletics. And it could be even like you just look at that. Shit. Look at exactly what we said. So God. He can roll it with a +2 on his next turn. And basically, I mean, to me, it just like if you're able to communicate with it, like you can actually kind of like guide it in certain ways, right? Like, hey, do this, dodge that, or maybe you're just that extra will you have, like you're pushing it to do more than it normally would be able to.
Gotcha.
Felix, you doing anything? You just holding her steady?
Holding her steady. There's not much I can do.
Okay. So
I'm useless.
Nothing to punch.
Punch the water. Punches the water. And
just making it more turbulent.
The water level is dropping. Keep punching it.
I mean, we could theoretically evaporate the water. He could just.
Yeah. I mean, you do that for a couple 100 million years, you'd probably be able to like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Boil anyone in the water.
Yeah, that might happen too.
Heathcliff, no.
So X, you pull yourself into the living room of Steph's place. What's going through your mind right now?
Checking her room first of all. So he's gonna make his way to her bedroom. If he's not seeing anything there, the bathroom secondary, and he would have passed up most of the house on that trip, so he would have noticed anything.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're swimming through, you are not seeing any bodies floating. So that's a good thing, at least. You don't see anything in the main room. You don't see anything in the bedroom. And as you get to the bathroom and you try to open the door is stuck shut.
Let's go with the same thing then.
Okay, so just keep in mind it's a small bathroom, so if you're pushing too much force in there and something's in there, something could happen.
But if anything's been in there this entire time, not like X is gonna kill anyone.
That's probably a fair assumption too. So yeah, go ahead and give me that fighting roll again then.
X should be punching things, see?
So you focus the water again, and you burst open the door, and as you burst it open, you feel this pull as it kind of pulls you forward a little bit, and you see that on the other side of the room, like out through the shower where the window is, that the pressure of it actually bursts the window open, which forced some of the air out. And again, more bubbles rush to the surface that you guys would see. And you see that the bathroom is empty as well.
Okay. And if I have any movement after that, he's just gonna make his way back over to Steph's rooms until his next turn.
Okay. So yeah, you make your way back to the room. You going in or just like waiting outside of it?
In.
Okay. Sophie. You doing anything extra? Are you just keeping an eye out? Talking on mute?
Yep. I realized after I said something.
So you're just going to maintain?
Nothing new.
Okay.
Yep.
No problem. X. You are feeling your lungs burn at this point. You are realizing that you are at the physical extent of what you are able to do as far as holding your breath as you enter into Steph's room.
All right. So goes in, quickly makes his way over to her end table, pulls it open, seeing if her necklace is there.
Give me another notice roll. It is not, and you also noticed that you didn't find any of like her other personal effects.
Okay. That's good. So he is going to make his way back outside, and using that same method of like pushing the water, he's gonna do it down as he's trying to swim back up. Maybe get some extra movement out of it. But he's just trying to get to the top as fast as possible now.
It's true. Remember, that's a dangerous thing to do, though. Not from this depth. I don't think it's too terrible, but yeah.
60, anything under 60 feet. But
you're over 100 feet down.
Yeah.
So you did 2 movements throughout the house to basically get to where you are. We said that the bedroom was the first stop, so I'll say it's a full movement to get out of the house. Go ahead and give me a pace die to see if you can make any progress outside of that. So your first 6 are going to be used up just to get out. All right. So you make it out and you start making your way back up. So your first 6, you have 6 left, so 3 movement. And you are feeling the pressure on your chest. You cannot hold your breath any longer. Felix, anything new?
There's still nothing I can do.
Well, you can do anything you want to do. It's just you have to choose if you're going to sacrifice that keeping the boat steady to do it.
Wherever I see X is, I'm going to make sure the boat's as close to him as possible.
Okay.
So that he can just get right on it.
Okay, perfect. Tal, through the eyes of your bodyguard, you see through the back of the house another big burst of air shoot out in bubbles off in the distance. And as you kind of stop for a moment to see that's going on over there, you see X burst out of the front door and start swimming back up. And he has this look on his face of like almost panic.
Oh no. Sid, it's almost like you put yourself in these situations.
We all knew it was gonna happen.
Just speeding it along.
Right.
Okay, so Cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Remember back in Amethyl when Vardrock had to dive in the water to save Vakta and she was out of breath and he breathed some of his air into her lungs?
Mm-hmm.
I want to have my bodyguard who looks like X do that to X.
Well, X is still swimming up, so your bodyguard.
Meet him halfway.
Yeah, your bodyguard is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your bodyguard is a 12 roll away from him still to even get to him.
I'm gonna try and get there as fast as possible.
All right, so I need an athletics roll with a +2 to see if he can continue moving at all, or if he's still struggling.
All right, so +2. Oh, really?
All right.
All right. I want to Benny that. Can I Benny it by...
Not unless you have one of the things to Benny for extras.
No, not for extras.
Okay. Then no, you cannot Benny, unfortunately. Yeah, so he sees it and he changes course and he's trying to intercept where he is, but he's still struggling to fight against this current that's going on here.
You said I could still.
What's that?
You said I could assist him.
You did assist him. He got the +2.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, his goal is to get to X as fast as he can.
Okay. Well, I mean, the good thing is even if he dies, he floats. So, Sophie, Sophie, any change? Are you still just looking out?
Well,
How about this? I'll give you a freebie on this one. Give me a notice roll.
okay. I could just find my damn.
So the same spot it was in last time.
Hey.
All right. So after seeing the first burst of bubbles shoot out, your focus kind of changed to looking downwards towards where it came from. You've seen the second burst of bubbles, a little bit further down. And then all of a sudden you've seen X burst out of the house and he has this kind of look of panic on his face. He's too far down for you to really be able to do anything directly. But I leave it up to you for any suggestions that you may have on what you can try.
I don't know.
Just remember you have magic too, so.
I know, I was just opening that tab. I was like, oh wait, I have powers.
Magic.
And your range on most things is like whatever your smarts is. So you have a range of 8. Which means that he'd be just out of it unless it says like anything that can extend the range or anything like that.
Those spells with a range, you can extend them with a modifier.
Or you can, tell anybody that's on the boat to do things, anything like that too. Or you can just sit there and watch this all unfold, which that's fine as well. You're not obligated to do anything, and if it doesn't seem feasible that you would be able to do anything, you don't have to do anything. That's fine too. I'm just presenting you with options.
Well, he's not close enough.
Hold your action.
Yeah. I was thinking I could hurry him. Give him another +2 to pace.
You stack those?
Yeah.
Shit.
From different sources.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I guess I will hold off until he's within range.
Well, you hold off until you tell me you're gonna not hold off anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Tal, you want to go ahead and give another support roll to your dude, or do you have another idea?
Or
uh,
could
if-
I hurry the Tal's bodyguard guy?
You can if you want to, yeah. He's definitely within range.
And then maybe he can be in range of helping X out.
True.
How far is X down from the surface at this point?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, 10 down. So, 60 feet or so.
60
Good rolls away.
I think I can grab him from here. Smart's distance is 12.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on. No, even if I extend the range, if he's 60, that's still too far. But my bodyguard is within range. Right?
Blast.
I want to teleport my bodyguard closer to X.
So you don't want to support him on his roll? You're just going to push him further in the water, and if he can't swim, then...
Well, X at this point is about to fucking drown, so
You don't know
gotta
that.
do something. Oh,
I ever fail to roll in the water.
Right. You guys are all metagaming about Sin's past experiences.
But you said that my double seemed to have come out looking panicked, and I've been under there for a long time.
Right, but you don't know. That could mean, like, maybe there's about to be an alligator bursting out the house behind him chasing him. Maybe he's feared for being chased. Maybe there's a school of piranha.
As he's made gills for himself. I think the current assumption, until he sees otherwise, is that he's drowning.
I don't figure that out yet.
Yeah, I want to, instead of assisting, because I can't do both, right?
Correct. I mean, you can multi-action to do both.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's multi-action here.
Sure.
So first, we're going to assist with athletics.
Sure.
Ooh, hey.
Hell
Okay.
yeah!
That's a +1. Good enough.
All right, and then we're going to triple the range,
Okay.
and we're going to teleport the bodyguard closer to X.
Okay.
Let's see. Keep going, baby.
Sure. You could
Saw
definitely do that.
third 6, and I was like, oh damn.
4.
So I mean, I'm pretty confident in saying that you can get him directly next to X if you want to. Sure.
Okay, and that's it for his turn because it's up to the bodyguard from here.
Ironically enough, the bodyguard gets an additional turn because Heathcliff played the card. So he gets an immediate turn this round.
He really wants to see this.
And all his rolls he gets to do with a +1. So go ahead and make that athletics roll with the +2 thanks to the +1 that you gave him.
All right, so +2. Where'd you go under all these windows? There we go. All right, so athletics. Hey, come on.
You still got multi-action on. So with the +2, that's a 4. So that's good enough. So you can definitely do what you were gonna do here. So So if he's trying to breathe air into him, I'm gonna need a medicine roll, a healing roll, with a +1. If he doesn't have the healing skill, you're gonna have to just do a +1 and do the unskilled. But make sure you untick the multi-action. Make sure it just says 1 action.
Yep. Got that unticked. So +1 and then unskilled. Let's see if he. No, he doesn't have it. It's just a bodyguard. Okay.
All right. So X, you see as you're swimming up, you're looking at yourself in a panic that's swimming down. All of a sudden, you see this purple energy, and you're right in front of you, and you're like grabbing at your face, trying to
Yes.
And I guess in this moment, you're thinking that you're trying to kiss yourself because you're pushing away, not letting this happen.
Can I roll something to understand?
X making out underwater.
Okay, so wait. Did you make Tao or X normally, or X after he was like stripped down to dive in? How hot is this gonna be?
Instantly, like I figure he makes his doubles when he tries to make them look like his friends, like his mental first image of what they look like. So he's got like his coolest get up on everything.
Is his hair white or black?
Ooh, good question. We'll say it's black.
So
Got
he
that
thinks
one
that you
little
look
white
cooler
streak.
before. Damn.
Yeah.
So yeah. So old you.
Old X and new X.
Yeah.
Making out of the water.
XV1 is trying to make out with XV2.
What do I have to roll to understand what the hell this guy's doing?
Well, we'll figure that out on your turn.
This is how
Which
you die.
is now. So here's what I guess give me a smarts roll.
Maybe.
Yeah, why not? So I mean, you maybe don't know what's going on, but maybe you hope that Tal is going to be.
Tal got. Wait. Am I subconsciously making out with Tal through myself?
So you do not know that. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
But from Tal's point of view, he is gonna be. So here goes the real question, Tal. Can Tal feel like if X were to slip his tongue in the bodyguard's mouth, would Tal feel that?
So
It's important information to set up for things in the future.
I will say that anyone still on the boat is seeing Tal doing this.
Okay. So X, you have an idea that this could be like he's trying to help you in some way, even though you may not fully realize what that is. But you are completely out of air and you are drowning. I need a vigor roll, please, before we do anything. Okay.
Oh no!
Phenomenal.
No!
What a roll! Good game!
This is where it happens. God damn it.
I'm bleeding out.
So
Dead right there.
So you don't.
Corpse.
This I'll take that off for now. That should not have rolled this time. You are incapacitated, which means your turn ends now, and on the next roll is when something like that should happen. You are incapacitated. So as this thing grabs you, the last thing that you see before you lose consciousness is you grabbing your own face and like trying to put his mouth on your mouth, and you lose consciousness.
He's like, this is too much, bro.
10 out of 10 on good roll.
The bodyguard's turn again. You can try to do another healing roll with a +1. You could try to grab him and swim with him upwards with a +1. Anything you're doing is gonna be with a +1, but you get to decide what the bodyguard's gonna do.
I mean, he was already trying to make the action. Might as well stick with it. Let's go for a unskilled. God damn it.
+1.
Damn it. Wait, can he even possibly pass that if he's...
Yeah, you just have to ace it.
Okay. So yeah, that's where we're at. I guess I don't know how he's failing when there's no more struggling, but
So you see as you grab X's face and go in to resuscitate, you see X's eyes roll in the back of his head, and then you see his posture kind of slump a bit.
okay. And is talking still a free action or only a free action on our turn?
Only a free action on your turn.
Okay.
So Felix, I'm assuming, are you doing anything different and seeing Tal going?
Yes. Because Felix has been attempting to watch over the edge to figure out what the hell is happening.
Sure.
And should I make a notice roll or something to see if he's noticed that X looks limp?
Absolutely, and you have to do it with a -2.
Rock hard, baby.
He ain't never limp. Always at least half hard.
He's only been down there for 30 seconds.
It's really hard for you to get a visual on it because of the duplicate X kind of occluding the view at this point. But you've seen the duplicate X get teleported right in front of him and like kind of grab him like by the head, like he's getting in his face. But you can't really make it like you can't really tell for sure what's going on down there. But you can see that Tal thought it was important enough to teleport him down there.
Felix can't make out what's happening.
I was gonna say that, but it was too on the nose.
So, I guess considering I wouldn't be able to see to do what I was thinking I would do, I'll hold my turn as he's like just holding the wheel steady and looking back and forth between like the scene below and Tal, and he's just going, Tal. He doesn't know what's happening.
Okay. Tal, your turn.
He's like, Mr. Figs, Miss Sophie, Mr. X is drowning. I don't, we gotta pull him back up. Quick.
Assuming that you're passing?
Going to try to assist my duplicate in trying to pull him to up to the surface as much as he can.
Sure.
I wish it wasn't athletics.
Oh?
Okay.
Oh, baby!
Okay.
Never mind.
What were you saying now?
No,
Shut your whole mouth. So I'm going to Destination got a Joker, guys. Gonna request my interrupt, I guess, is he's just gonna basically like quick glance at Sophie, be like, grab the wheel. He's in the water already.
Go ahead and give
Captain
me
Impulsive. What do you think he's going to do?
give me a agility roll, and Tal, give me an agility roll. All right, Tal, you go first.
I was already. I'll hold my turn because I want the assist to go through.
What assist? The +2? You mean
Yeah.
that's already gonna happen. That's based on the person you're assisting's next turn.
Okay, so if Felix is already diving in, then
See, Felix has made the intent but has not done it yet. Because the way the
okay.
interrupt works, basically, you guys are acting at the same time. You're just, whatever you're doing is happening first.
So if Tal were to say, Mr. Felix, take a deep breath, and then did something, would you give Felix time to take a deep breath
No.
before this took place?
I would not. I wouldn't punish him for it. I'm not going to make him instantly drown or anything, but he's not going to be able to prepare like he was preparing for a formal dive or anything.
Because okay, can I? Well, if it's a free action, can I say that and then wait until, like, hold my turn until
Nope.
after Felix is?
Nope. You have to do all or nothing when you hold your turn. So if you're going to say something, like if you're using a free action to talk, even that means you have to use your turn. You could tell him, Felix, deep breath, and then you could teleport him, but just know that you're saying deep breath as you're doing it, and he's not going to have enough time to be able to, like...
Yeah, takes a deep breath underwater.
So all I'm saying with it is, like, I'm not going to punish him for it, but I'm not going to give him any mechanical benefits that he was able to take a deep breath, is all I'm saying. Because there's actually rules for, like, formal diving versus just, like, jumping in unprepared.
So he will just hold until he sees between Sophie and Felix which one of them is diving in or doing something to help, and then when he sees who's doing what, then he's going to act. So I'm going to hold my turn.
Okay. All right, Felix, what are you doing?
All right, so, he's gonna just in a swift movement go from holding the wheel to just, like, running to the edge and attempting to dive in to get X.
Sure, you could definitely do that. Go ahead and give me an athletics roll. Okay. So you definitely can get through the water. Now I need a pace die. And again, same rules apply. It's 2 per brick, basically. So
just do a run?
Yep, you got it. Just double click the pace die.
Okay.
All right, so you got an 8, so you can move down 4. Okay.
At this point, I would like to grab the wheel.
Okay. All right. So, Sophie, I'm gonna need you to give me a drive roll. And I'm gonna need it with a -4. 2 for the -2 you would have had to roll anyways, and then 2 for the fact that you didn't really have time to prepare, and Felix just went, let go, dive.
Okay.
No.
It's -4, honey.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Hey.
All right, so you
Well,
get to
fucking give me time to prepare next time.
Yeah, you get to the wheel, and like as Felix lets go and jumps off, you see the wheel start to cut and the vehicle start to move, and you grab it and try to like hold it steady, and as you do, you turn the wheel a bit, and you see the rotor kind of spin sideways, and the boat does like a 180, and it drifts off to the side a little bit, so you are about 10 feet away from where you were at originally. So you feel the boat kind of pull a little bit over. Are you gonna go now, Tal, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let me just Okay. So you see Sophie grabbing the wheel and losing control of the hovercraft as it's kind of spinning out, and you've seen Felix dive into the water.
Okay. So we are going to target Felix. I don't know if it matters for no. Let's teleport him.
All right, that's with a raise, so if you're gonna spend the extra points again, you can get him right next to him.
Okay, so that is what we will do.
All right. So Felix, you dive in, you start swimming, and then all of a sudden, whoop, there's like a purple flash for a moment, and then next thing you know, like you're face to face with X and X. Old X, new X.
Face to face to face?
Face to face to face. Head to head to head to head to head to head to head.
If I'm
Oh my.
unconscious, does my spell fade?
It would, yes. It'll still be active this time, but as soon as your turn starts, it's over. Anything else you're doing, Tal?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So now, X, go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please. Okay. You are holding on to your life. You're still unconscious. You're still incapacitated. This is gone. This is gone. And you're not bleeding out, obviously, but you are unconscious. All right. Bodyguard. You're assisting him with moving X. So if you do an athletics roll, you can do that with your +2. Anything else you do, you don't get that +2 bonus though.
Can he roll to? Let me see.
To assist Felix?
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
Sure. You could do a athletics roll at a +2 to assist Felix with his...
Yeah, like essentially he's just kind of like pushing X into Felix's arms and trying to help, push them to the surface.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
All right, so athletics, right?
Yep, +2.
Come on. What the fuck?
Okay. So he like kind of pushes X back over towards Felix. All right. Who's got their fingers crossed for a good deal? Not bad. It could have gone a lot worse. All right, Tal.
They're still out of range, I'm sure, to grab them back. So,
You can send them further than you can grab them from. So, yep.
Yep. So I'm going to try to assist my double. God damn it.
Or you can hold your turn if you want.
Is there a chance that Felix could possibly swim into Tal's range in this time?
With a good pace die, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. If he manages to roll a 12, he'd be able to get within range. Actually, if he rolls a 10, he'd be able to get within range. 12 would be better, though, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hold my turn.
Okay. All right. Felix.
So, question.
Sure.
If I were to use the Epiphany card, can I throw that onto my pace? So it would be like an additional D6? No?
No. Doesn't Epiphany say... What does Epiphany say?
Never mind. Something you never understood before suddenly clicks.
Right. You gain a D6 in a skill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if your athletics was less than a D6, you could use that to help there, but...
Okay.
Well,
I'm just gonna...
All right, I need an athlete... Oh, what are you doing? Seize the day, character X card is the Joker in this round. Cool, okay. So give me an athletics roll with a +2? Because there's no assist from...
Just standard Joker, yeah.
Yeah, just so it'd be just +2.
Send this boy up. No!
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 My turn!
No!
Felix.
Man, why do you do this?
Felix, go ahead and give me a vigor roll.
Oh my god.
Okay.
We're fine.
You're not drowning.
That's good.
So
Tal's panicking, still holding on to him. I don't know.
So Tal, anything you want to interrupt at any point, or you?
They're so far down, like. Okay. I'll jump in now. What is visually happening that Hal can respond to?
So what is visually happening is obviously X's body has gone limp, and you've seen bubbles kind of pour out of his mouth, and then they stopped pouring out of his mouth. You see your duplicate push X into Felix as Felix gets down there. Felix grabs him and is holding him with one arm, and he's trying to paddle up. And you're seeing him being pushed back by this giant current that is basically, the current is coming down in like this, so it's pushing inward, so it's actually pushing downward force. So as he's trying to swim up, he's hitting this downward current that is kind of pushing him down and over a little bit. So you're seeing him, he actually is slightly lower than he was before he started.
Damn it. Okay.
What a roll.
Actually, you know what? Because it was a crit fail, I am going to actually move you down one.
Oh, God. Okay.
Well, I tried.
Tal looks up and says, this is not good. I gotta go get them, Miss Sophie. I'll be back. And then he runs and jumps over the side. And then he teleports away.
Fucking goes like he's gonna cannonball, but then he's just like lower.
Right before he hits the water, he just poofs.
Yep.
I thought that was gonna crit fail too for a second.
We're not taking those thoughts again.
He jumps into the propeller.
Alligator.
All right. So you're moving yourself down as well?
Yeah, we're gonna do. You know what? We're not gonna do max distance. He is going to teleport himself just like halfway, which should put them in range.
Yeah. 6 down is where you would need to be in range.
Okay.
I know
so
it says
that
8,
is
but
where...
we're not going to worry about the cross there.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, that's where he's going to go. Shit, I didn't do a multi-action, so actually, nope, nope. Boom.
Okay, you got an immediate and a new turn. I need you to give me an athletics roll.
But I'm not good at those, Cliff.
Oh, well, in that case. Again,
stop saying that.
Every time. So yeah, you're free to do anything you want to do right now.
Okay, we have...
And you can actually do it with a +1.
Okay, sweet. We got 2 targets. We are going to...
What about the bodyguard, John?
He good.
But what about he can't hold his breath for... Actually, hold on. We're at round 7 right now. Okay.
I don't think he breathes necessarily.
I mean, if that's the case, then he can't give air to X. Maybe that's why he failed. Motherfucker, don't
Right,
breathe.
that's what I was thinking.
He puts his mouth over his mouth and he's just like.
I figure they have air inside, just they don't need to breathe. That's how I figured, but whatever. Yeah, so.
And you guys have an additional raise, so you're up to 3 raises now.
Okay, additional recipients.
Tal's gotta be fucking bone dry.
Oh, we're getting there. This was not supposed to be so intensive. Okay, so they need to go how far up? So I think I have to double the range to get them to the surface, right?
You would need to get them to the surface, you'd have to do the max range like you did to get them down to where they are.
Oh, that's right, because they didn't make any fucking progress.
Yeah,
okay.
No, they're in the same spot they were when you teleported them. Actually, Felix is lower.
Oh no. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, everybody go ahead and roll 2d6 and give yourself that many power points back.
Why did I only roll 1? Didn't even like register.
There it goes.
Oh, so
I'm not gonna bother because I haven't used any PowerPoints.
Okay.
Right, same.
Okay.
But I wanted to help.
You're doing great, buddy.
Okay, so we are doing the triple range. That's 2 additional recipients, so that's actually boom.
And just because I want to be evil about this, you can't actually bring Felix out of the water. Felix will still be 1 dot under the water because he's 1 lower. So you'll be able to get X onto the boat. Felix will still be in the water.
Okay. We can't. Oh no! Why? 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 Why would you do this?
You can't just let us die.
And the fate has determined that you are drowning today. I'm sorry.
Tell me your intent right now.
He is just trying to bring them to the surface as close to the boat as possible.
Okay.
7 other numbers you could have landed on.
John. High or low?
High.
Okay.
Oh.
Neither one of them were good. You were just choosing between 2 bad scenarios, between mine and Heathcliff's. And you got mine.
Oh, no, I want Heathcliff's.
Okay, so you drop into the water and you begin to motion your arms to move them. And you feel yourself getting weak from all of this just rapid fire essence that you've had to drain from yourself. And you make this motion to bring them up and they disappear.
They just don't come out the other side.
Where'd they go, Cliff?
We're back in the house.
Felix, you are underwater. You feel yourself getting pushed down deeper, and you're like kind of grabbing at X's foot. And then all of a sudden, you see this flash of purple, and then all of a sudden, you feel your arm getting weighed down from X as you notice that you are both falling now. And you look down to see the boat is about the equal distance underneath you as it was above you.
Oh no. Slight miscalculation, okay?
good news. X, you are no longer drowning. If I kill this character off, I don't want it to be because you're drowning. Now, if you smash the water at a high distance, that's different technically, right?
Honestly, if he drowns after half a minute underwater, fucking pussy deserves to die. Fucking 30 seconds. My 2-year-old can hold his breath longer than that.
Your 2-year-old couldn't dive down 100 feet and swim through a house at rapid speed, though, I think is the difference.
Yeah, that's a lot of physical exertion, not just holding your breath.
So, Felix is just gonna yell down to Sophie to look out, drive away from. So,
oh no!
like,
You see Sophie doesn't have a good handle on the boat, and the boat is like kind of spiraling out of control as you're falling. Normally you wouldn't get that level of detail, but it's more fun.
Out!
Okay. Are you gonna do anything?
Yes, he's going to attempt to pull X above him and use himself as a brace so that he's going to be taking most of the fall damage. And yeah, legs first. Guess we pencil dive and right back down in.
So you're gonna try to grab him and then go straight up and down?
No, because that doesn't make sense. He's gonna put X basically over him so that he's gonna fall back first into the water.
Try to absorb that entire hit.
Yeah. He's trying to save X.
Okay. Cool. Give me an athletics roll. I was gonna say, if you crit fail this one, X is just meant to die right now. Like, there's no, like, if everything you guys are doing is like, no, we need to save him, and it's just like, crit fail, crit fail. Well, no, this is good, okay.
Would a raise benefit Felix here?
Yes.
Let's use that raise.
Sure.
Thank you.
Use the raise.
You guys have 4, which takes you down to 3 now. Okay, so we'll do that with a raise. So you grab X and you kind of pull him in, and then you brace yourself for impact here. You are high enough up that you will not hit surface until next turn. Okay. Your bodyguard was down there handing off real X, and then all of a sudden they disappeared. So through his eyes, well, I guess you're not focusing through his eyes right now, are you?
Nope. No.
Well, you just see that then. You see your bodyguard, like, they poof away, and he kind of, like, looks up at you, like, fuck am I supposed to do now?
Waves by.
He goes and swims towards the minefield. I know my purpose.
I mean, if anything, he's going to be starting to swim upwards, but that's about it.
Okay. Give me an athletics roll for him.
The guy is fucked. Yeah, he fucked.
X, you're still incapacitated, but you're stable at this point, I'll say. You could finally breathe now. Sophie, you heard Felix say something. You look up, you see Felix grabbing X and holding him, and then all of a sudden you just see the massive rippling muscles of Felix's back as it is plummeting at terminal velocity. What do you do?
Make sure I am not under them. Cause like,
I'm gonna get the fuck out the way.
I'm not trying to die. Death by Felix. It's just
That'd be very Romeo and Juliet. He kills you and then he survives.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
I mean, it might be almost worth it just for the story.
I know. No, I'm gonna try to get control of this thing and not be underneath them and crushed.
Sure. Go ahead and give me that drive roll at a -2.
Oh, cool. That's better. Where's drafting? There it is.
All right. Yep, you're still trying to get a hold of this thing as it's kind of spiraling out of control. Good news is I said you were about 10 feet away from where you were initially, and because he pushed them straight up, you're not directly underneath this thing. And given the fact that the current of this waterfall is pushing you away, you're actually 10 feet further now, so you're about 20 feet away from where you started off at as you're still trying to gain control of this thing.
Cool. This is fine.
Felix, you're seeing yourself plummeting towards the water here. Yeah, so go ahead and roll me 5d6 plus 5. And you can just do /die space 5d6 plus 5 if you want to just type it out, whatever's easier. So plus 5 is 25.
25.
So let's do this, and let's drag this over Felix. So just for you to know, it was gonna be 10d6 plus 10. Because you braced yourself for this with the raise, I cut it in half. The bad news is this is 3 wounds worth of damage, which will instantly incapacitate you from the 1 wound you already have. But the good news is you get to use a vigor die to soak before it becomes actual damage.
Sure do. And do I just drag a Benny over a splat?
Yeah.
Is that what we decided on?
Yeah.
For splat? Yeah.
So that would actually remove one of those.
Yes,
Oh no, that would remove 2 of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So you would only get. So you would only
just
get.
knock the wind out of them. Understood.
Yeah. So you get 1 wound from this. So.
But it's only gonna give me 2 wounds to begin with.
No, it was gonna give you 3 wounds, which was gonna kill you. You soaked 2 of them. So
it was only gonna give me 2 wounds. I already had 1 wound.
No. It was gonna give you 3 wounds on top of what you had. 25?
Right. Sorry, I forgot the added 5. I was like, it says 2 right there.
No. Yeah, sorry. So it's 25. So you would have got 3, which would have been an insta KO.
Okay.
You soaked 2, which was just 1. So that's good. I mean, given everything that happened, that's good.
We're alive.
So
we're alive and we're on the surface.
You get to, for a full 6 seconds, feel yourself in free fall. And then, Sophie, you hear the loudest clapping sound you've ever heard next to X running excitedly down the camper. As Felix's back smacks into the surface.
I'd like to remind everyone that his back was currently burned by that previous wound.
Oh.
So this fucking hurts.
Which PC has height issues? That would be Felix.
See how
The one that just
you
plummeted.
see, although I have the fear of heights, I also have driven and loyal.
Yeah, I was gonna be a dick and say roll a fear roll in the air, but that just didn't seem appropriate at the current pace of things. So, you poof into the air. You're still holding on to X's foot as you feel it start falling back. In free fall, you grab him, coddle him, spin yourself so you're falling with your back straight to the water, and boom! You hit the surface of the water, and it felt like you hit concrete. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
You know, guys, we survived a werewolf attack. Then immediately after, survived a dragon attack. And water. Water is what does us in.
You survived water. You survived water. Don't be dramatic.
No. Tal's still under the water. We have time.
Granted, I was about to say, granted, Tal is still underwater and his bodyguard is still underwater. I know you guys don't give a fuck about the bodyguard, but I just want to remind everybody that the bodyguard does look like X. So
Yeah,
I think,
but
if you see X's
X,
body
though.
flying, floating because it drowned, that may, that could.
It'll be a little traumatic, but we know it's not the real X.
Yeah, so Sophie's got to gain control of the boat. Tal's got to gain control of the current. And then the bodyguard, he might do something.
Maybe he can help Tal?
He's got 3
Somehow.
rounds to do so.
Yep. We'll see, but this guy can't swim to save his own life.
We're gonna now have Tal and old X kiss under the water for air transfer.
There we go.
He's already given his alternate self all of the air. I don't know if there's anything left.
He might still do it just because. WWED.
Down.
But yeah. So that's all I got for you guys tonight. Thanks everyone for hanging out. How weird it would feel. I don't know. I kind of like the fact that X's last vision before going unconscious is a slightly younger version of himself coming to his rescue. And the best thing is, if X wakes up and he's just on the hovercraft and everything's fine, he may just think that his younger self saved him, and he may choose to believe that he somehow did that. Like, he caused a younger version of himself to appear and save him. Because he doesn't know explicitly that Tal did that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's if he brings that up in conversation. He might think it. Just like when he thought that fucking summoning Diablo was the best thing ever. Like, sure, that was bad, but to him, like, he did that. But yeah. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Sin, are you gonna be here next week?
Ooh.
Probably not. I think everything would have worked out better if X would have just died.
Don't be like that.
That's emo as fuck.
Right.
Listen, this just gives Allie the chance to play with Ryla.
I mean, or something else. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, so with the current story beat at hand, I mean, if X isn't here, we could continue on this story and just assume that he's unconscious still.
Yeah.
So, narratively, we don't have to break. Unless you guys want to. If you guys want to narratively take a break from it, we could always do a side quest. But,
We'll leave that totally up to the other two, because I am good with continuing.
yeah, and I mean, I guess it's all about if Sin's actually going to be able to make it or not. Because you're gonna be back in Michigan, right? Yeah. So I mean,
I'll be back on Monday. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario,
gives you
you
plenty
have
of
to
time.
come
Get
over
shit
here
figured
and
Oh no.
come over here and do what you're doing right now. So yeah, we'll figure something out. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Let me see who we can raid out to.
Oh my gosh, Heathcliff.
What do you do?
No, just too bad the X's look different. Could have had the cliffhanger be, but which X did Tal teleport?
Oh, good point.
Oh.
Woo. Heathcliff while typing it is just my shirt.
I mean, Heathcliff was trying to get everybody killed. Heathcliff's like,
Understandable.
teleport Tal deeper down. Bruh. Him trying to swim against this current. Although, to be fair, every athletics roll that he did today, he killed.
Look, that shit is about to run out.
I'm so disappointed.
Guaranteed. In fact, let's prove it. Oh, fuck off.
As you were saying.
Fuck off.
See, I have full confidence that Tal would be able to make that swim now. Maybe I should have done that. There's like nobody really streaming right now, huh? English, chatty, roleplay. All right, let's do this so they can immediately jump off after we do it. All right, everybody. Thank you again. I appreciate everyone hanging out. Before I go, I mean, I need to say this. Dizzy, thank you for the gift subs and for resubbing yourself, man. It was nice having you in here for a little while. Long time no see. Smite, thank you for the resub. And thanks for everyone hanging out and interacting and just enjoying us here. So we'll see you next week. Good night.